What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Speakeasy Brewer. Today is a brew day. It's been a while since we've done a brew day, so I'm really excited to be hanging out with you guys again. Since I am dealing with some new stuff, I'm just checking to make sure that, okay, so my lapel pin's working. Cool. Righteous. Okay. So, anyways, today is brew day. As you can see, Taylor is not here, aka Swine Hunter. It is sad, but Taylor, whenever you jump on, thanks for the secondary camera. That was awesome, and also thanks for helping me kind of like get things to the next level. So, anyways, today we are going to be brewing a lovely beer. I brewed this beer probably, I don't know, about a year ago, I guess. It's crazy that time has flown. We're almost 1 year old here at the Speakeasy Brewer, so that's pretty exciting stuff. So yeah, today we have a lot to go over. And while I'm thinking, I gotta get my thinking juice, because this is how I do my thinking juice. It's my coffee. And let's just do this. Okay, cool. That's even better. Anyways, so this is my space, and I don't know what it is with me, but lately I've just been, whenever I have a brew day, it seems to always be crappy weather. And today we've got our April showers happening right now, so it's cold and it's wet outside. Yesterday it was like 78 degrees and sunny, and it was fantastic. So I really enjoyed it yesterday. So I'm kind of bummed that today wasn't like that as well, because it would have been great to have the garage door open and have all that natural, lovely light outside. Anyways, we're just gonna go with it. So today we got our water. We're going to be using artesian well water, which is from the artesian well here in Salt Lake City, and it has by far the best water for ales, in my opinion. Every ale that I've made with it, it works really, really well. I could try tap water just to see if it affects anything, which it would affect some. It would affect the flavor and even the health of the beer, but I don't know if it would actually be better or worse or not. Because we have things in our water sometimes that aren't good, like chlorine and chloramines and other chemicals that they stick inside water to keep it safe to drink, that is not conducive for the health of a beer or health of yeast, that sort of thing. So with that comes off flavors and things like that. So what I found is that with this while we're talking, I'm going to let this water start filling up. But what I found is with this well water, we don't have all those same chemicals in there. It's straight from the ground, so it is untouched. It's super clean. It's full of minerals, and it's full of minerals that I need for most of the beers that I brew. So as long as it's an ale, I can play around with this water. If it's a lager or a pilsner or something along that line, then I need to start using RO water and start adding my own minerals and chemicals to that water to help the health of the beer, as well as amplify certain flavors and that sort of thing. So, water is a big part of beer. So, as you, if you've been following my channel, you should already know this. Anyways, so there's that. Also, happy Monday to all y'all who have to work today. I'm sorry that you have to work today. I do not, and I'm sorry it's not a Saturday for those of you who do have to work today, which I'm sure you'd rather be drinking a beer watching this. I'm joking. You'd probably be rather out playing and doing some other things and drinking a beer. But if you happen to have me on in the background while you're working today, that's wunderbar. Hopefully I'll be entertaining enough to help you get through the workday. It's going to be about a 4-hour stream, give or take. And let me show you this. So again, this is a big shout out and thank you to Swine Hunter who gave me this camera. Check this out. I'm using the new camera. Hey, thank you for the camera, by the way. Major shout out to you. I owe you a big one, so cheers, man. Oh, it was on a different source? Here, let's just do this. Okay. There we go. How's that? Okay. I think I got that fixed for this camera anyways. So I could do like a side. There we go. Cool. Thanks for the help. I knew that something was going to come up and I just wasn't ready for that. So, perfect. I'll have to go over this stuff again in a little bit. But anyways, it's kind of fun to go back between the two. I'm going to have to get some extensions for these cameras so I can move them around. Oh, it did work. Okay. Well, sweet. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's funny because I got two of the same cameras now, so I feel like it's kind of cool. I feel like I'm in an actual studio environment. Camera 1, camera 2. Anyways, dude, I wish you were here. It would be a blast to have you here. But congratulations on the new job, and for those of you who are watching also and don't know, but you know Taylor. Taylor got a new job in Dallas, so he's down in Dallas right now. At least I think he's in Dallas, doing some work right now. So, but we'll hopefully get him on some of the streams because he'll be coming back up here every once in a while. And hopefully I can get down to Dallas and we'll do a in real life stream together at some point in time. Maybe trying some local Dallas beer or something along that line. Sorry, no, I know it sounds like I don't know if you guys can hear this, but it sounds like I'm taking a leak. I'm gonna fix this real fast because it's kind of gross sounding. All right. While I'm talking with y'all, I'm gonna go ahead and get the. I keep looking down here because I'm just checking. North Dallas. All right. I flew into Dallas this week, man. I was thinking about you, but it was a very quick turn. I was there for like 35 minutes, and that was it. But for time's sake, I'm going to go ahead and heat up this water. Again, we're shooting for 165 degrees Fahrenheit today for our strike water. So let's get to it. Also, I do have my garage door open and a window open, and I should get this other window open. Ventilation is so important with this this type of thing because when you're burning propane, you get carbon monoxide in here, and you want to make sure that it's completely aired out so we don't die on stream. You know, that's a bonus is to not die on stream. So, anyways, yes, okay, so. Okay, Taylor, real quick. When I was showing the whiteboard, could you hear me? Because if not, I'm going to just go over it one more time. You couldn't hear me. Okay. All right. Well, I'll go over it one more time. I also need to figure out, like, I need to find a place to put my whiteboard, especially with where the cameras are. And where it's not going to be, yeah, I don't want it to be reflecting all the light. One of these days soon, it's going to be frickin' summer, finally, and I'll be able to have this garage door open, and it's perfect light. And I don't have to use this artificial light as much, maybe for some areas, but the artificial light is fantastic with the sunlight. What? Oh, okay, don't worry about it. I'll see what I can do. That's something new that I have to do. So appreciate the heads up. I think Dano ran into that last time, so I need to like make sure I do that. So don't worry about it, man. I will get that all fixed up. Also, I don't have my grains out here. I'm gonna have to go get those. But yeah, it's good. Okay. Just trying to think. today's been kind of rushing around. I woke up 2 hours before the stream to get myself ready, and I got all the way down to it, and I was like rushing around, and I hate rushing, but that's what happened. And you can't always help it that way. So, anyways, so today, I've already said this before, but maybe you guys couldn't hear it or whatever, but let me just real quickly say what I said earlier just in case. Okay, so today what we're doing is we are brewing an Irish coffee ale. It's a beer that I made about a year ago, and it was fantastic. Okay, so if you can imagine an Irish coffee but cold, that's what the beer tasted like. So we're going to do it again. I changed a few things in the recipe from last time to try and improve the kind of the experience that I got from the beer. Because it was great, but I could do better. So that's what we're doing today. We're just redoing it, and we're going to do it better. I've learned a few things about how to put coffee in beer. By the way, for those of you who did watch the Arrakis Ale bottling, I put coffee in it. I couldn't taste it. I did not put enough coffee in it. And it turns out, like, yes, you can brew coffee and pour it in, but it's not as potent. So I've done some research. If you want to have a potent coffee flavor in a beer, you can add coffee grounds to your fermenter, or you do like a cold brew, 24 hours with ground like coffee grounds in the water. You let it sit for 24 hours, and then you pour that in because it's a little bit more potent. It's a little bit stronger flavor. But otherwise, one of the things that I've read is you could just grind up some coffee or put whole coffee beans in the fermenter, and it will actually put a really potent flavor of coffee in it. So lesson learned, but Arrakis Ale should still be good. We're going to do a taste test of it today. Also, I see somebody else jumped on. Just want to say welcome to Speakeasy Brewer. If you're wondering what's going on, I'm just doing an intro. We're going to be brewing an Irish coffee ale, so you just heard that probably. But anyways, so yeah, one cool thing about this beer is, again, to get the Irish coffee, because today we're just brewing the beer, okay? The stuff that we put in the beer today in terms of the grains and everything, we're kind of creating a base, like a brown ale, like a reddish brown ale. That's kind of what we're doing today. And then the hops that we're going to be adding is obviously for the bitterness, but it's not going to be super bitter because we don't want the hops to like take center stage in the flavor or like all of the bitterness. You just can't have beer without hops, okay? But it'll be a nice, pleasant, very low-lying hop bitterness. So then when you drink it, you're like, yes, this is beer. But today what we're going to be adding to the boil is lactose sugar. Yes, lactose as in milk sugar. We are adding that to the boil today. And that lactose sugar, when we add it, is actually going to add creaminess as well as sweetness to the beer, okay? Lactose sugar is a complex sugar. So winding back a little bit to when we did our Saison, we used turbinado sugar, okay? Turbinado sugar is a complex sugar, and I put way too much in, so my Saison is quite sweet. A little sweeter than I wanted it to be, but it's still very good. So that's the same sort of thing, lactose sugars. So when it's a complex sugar, the yeast has a hard time eating those complex sugars, so that residual sweetness stays in the beer, okay? But we're using only 1 pound of lactose sugar. Last time I did this, it was perfect. And this is to kind of recreate or, why can't I ever think of this word? Can't think of it. But copy, like putting Irish cream in a coffee, okay? So for those of you who don't know what an Irish coffee is, you get coffee, Irish cream, Irish whiskey, and then boopity boppity. I think you can add some other things, but I think that's the simplest form of an Irish coffee. I think some people, I guess the Irish liquor, or Irish cream, has a little bit of vanilla flavor to it, as well as maybe the whiskey. But I've seen people put cinnamon on it as well. We're not putting cinnamon in ours today, but mostly it's for the top of the Irish coffee. But Irish coffee is fantastic, and it's one of those things where if you're not a mimosa person, but you want to start your day off with like a nice beverage, you do Irish coffee because you get your upper and you get your downer at the same time, and you're pretty even keel the rest of the day. So that's what I love about this beer. And then what we'll do is once fermentation is done, we're gonna soak oak chips in Jameson whiskey for about a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks. Okay, what that's gonna do is so first of all, it's going to sanitize the oak chips, and then it's also going to start pulling out that vanillin that's inside of oak chips. Okay, so it's not vanilla, it's vanillin. It's similar to what you'd get in vanilla. So when you get an oak aged or barrel aged sort of beer, or like what they do with whiskey, they'll get a little bit of vanilla flavor in the beer. Not very much. It just kind of depends on the age of the tree and that sort of thing, the age of the oak. But anyways, so we're gonna get our whiskey flavor from the Jameson whiskey. So we're gonna pour all that in. All the whiskey that we have in the bowl with all of the oak chips, it's all going in to the fermenter. We're gonna let it sit there for about a week or so, and then we're gonna pull it out. So what we'll end up with is a beer that tastes like a cold Irish coffee, which is fantastic. So it'll be sweet, it'll be creamy, it'll have a hint of vanilla, it'll have a hint of coffee, and we'll have oak chips. Oh yeah, I forgot to add the coffee to the additions. Anyways, I'll add that real quick. But yeah, we're gonna add the coffee also to the fermenter at the same time. So we're gonna put it all in, and we're just gonna let it sit for about a week, week and a half or so, and then we're gonna bottle it. So there's that. Trying to think of what else. I think that's it. So that's what we're doing. And since I messed up on the sound and the camera and everything, thank you, Ryan Hunter, for letting me know. But I'm going to show you guys real quick the ingredients again, because I got a secondary camera. Camera 1, camera 2. Isn't that cool? That's fun. That's so neat. That's so neat. You get the extreme close-up. Feel like a model in a modeling shoot. Starting my new brand. It's called Victor Secret, not Victoria. Okay, so anyways. Sorry, bad joke. Okay, so I already said this, but you guys didn't hear me, so let me show you guys what our grain bill is, as well as our other ingredients. And obviously I haven't written down coffee yet, but here we go. And I'm sorry I'm moving you around. I don't have as much distance with this camera, so I think you guys can see that. Yes, maybe? I don't know. All right, so right here, for today, this is our grain bill. These are the grains that are going in, okay? We've got 10 pounds of Maris Otter pear malt, and then we got 2 pounds of flaked oats, 1 pound of Cara Munich 3, 1 pound of Cara Red, and then about a half pound of roasted barley. Okay, so let me explain some of these things to you. So I get to do this whole fancy thing. Okay, so let me explain some of these ingredients to you. Okay, so one of my streams a little bit ago, we talked about the makeup of a beer. You have 80% plus of, or maybe 75% plus of the beer grain being a base malt. Okay, base malt is a Pilsner malt or a pale malt or wheat, whatever. Something that's going to give you majority of the sugars for your beer and a majority of the color, like the base color, okay? So for Maris Otter, that's going to be a kind of like a dark golden color for us, but it's going to provide majority of our sugars and majority of the alcohol, okay? And then we got our flaked oats. Okay, last time I put about a pound of flaked oats in. This time I'm putting in about 2 pounds of flaked oats, and that flaked oats is going to help give us that nice, smooth, creamy mouthfeel. So I haven't changed the lactose sugar because I don't want it to be sweeter than it was last time. I want it to be about as sweet as it was last time. So to enhance the creamy mouthfeel, we're adding a little bit more flaked oats, and the flaked oats also help just a tad with head retention. Then we've got Cara Munich Malt 3. That's more for kind of complexity. Cara Munich's it's a good grain for complexity, and there's like 1, 2, and 3. 1 is a lower color addition or color content. I don't even know if that's the best way to say it, but it's going to provide less color, and but it's going to kind of create like a bready mouthfeel. And then you get to Caramitic 2, it's going to be a little bit darker, maybe more brown, not brown, but kind of like red or dark orange. And it's going to be a little bit more caramel, still biscuity, kind of bready mouthfeel. And you get to Caramitic 3, and that's going to be a little bit darker, and that's going to be a little bit more brown in color. And again, we're going to get that caramel toffee sort of flavor. We have Cara Red, which is just to add a reddish hue to it. Whether I need it or not, I don't know. But it's great because it adds, again, that caramel sort of flavor. Again, we're trying to shoot we're replacing the Irish liquor or the Irish cream with lactose sugar and some of the grains to kind of give us that and the oak chips to give us that creamy, that vanilla, that kind of caramel sweetness. We're going to get all of that from the grains and the lactose sugar rather than the Irish cream. And then the roasted barley, that's basically going to be like a little bit of chocolate, a little bit of coffee, a little bit of roastiness, which we're trying to shoot for because, again, we want that coffee flavor, right? Which we're going to add coffee grounds to the beer or coffee beans to the fermenter. But we're going to add a little bit of enhancement to that as well. And then we've got Fuggle hops. We're going to do 2 ounces. Let me just show you. Okay, 2 ounces of Fuggle hops. That's for bitterness only. We're going to, this is an easy recipe. All the grains go in for mash. 1 set of hops for the boil, so I don't have to sit there and watch the addition or the clock. The only thing that I need to add is the lactose sugar and then the wort chiller. Okay, so I'm gonna just bring you around because I don't need to show you that stuff no more. Okay, so yeah, that's what we're doing. All the ingredients, but again, it's super easy. So my recommendation to all y'all, if you get into brewing, is try and keep it simple. You can always go complex. I mean, I've done a few complex beers and it's fun. And it's good to challenge yourself and do the complex things. But honestly, sometimes it's just really fun to just do a simple beer. Like a Pilsner, it's simple and complex. Like the recipe is super simple, but if you're going to be doing like decoctions or like step infusion mash, that kind of thing, you're starting to add complexity to it. Then you're adding water chemistry to it, complexity, right? So I guess Pilsner, again, the recipe is easy, but the process is a little bit more complex. And then you get an ale, like if I'm going to sit here and do, I don't know, I'm going to be doing IPA shortly. I mean, you got your grains, super simple, throw it in, mash it out, and then you got your hops, and then you just put your hops in at different times. But I mean, in comparison to like an IPA or Pilsner, this beer is so simple to make. And that's why I really like doing this one because it's so easy. I don't have to do, it's a lot less thinking than I normally do. Like all the work is up front, preparing the recipe, getting the amount of water, getting the right temperature, getting the grain, getting all that stuff together. Once it's all in process, then I don't have to think about it. Get to the boil, throw the hops in, boopity boppity. 15 minutes to the end of the boil, wort chiller, lactose sugar, boopity boppity, and then once the timer's done, then we chill it, and then we put it in the fermenter, and it's done. So it's super simple, okay? So yeah, that's what we're doing today. Okay, let me check the temperature. We're about 1:30 right now. So I'm gonna go get my grains here shortly. Oh, what I need to do is I need to get my false bottom real fast. I'll be right back. Alright, so this is our false bottom for those of you who may not have been on our channel before or watched how I do the brewing process. But this is our false bottom, okay? This is what it looks like on the bottom. And then we got this cool little tube-like thingy on the other side. So what we're going to do is on the inside of our cooler, let me show you what that looks like too. So we're going to put the false bottom in the base of this, okay? And I'll explain why, but this tube connects to the faucet down here. can't do all of it very well, but I'll show you what it looks like. And that's what it's going to look like once it's all installed, okay? That false bottom is to kind of create a foundation or like a bed for the grain bed to sit on top of, okay? And that is to reduce the amount of grains that are going to get into our boiling pot that will then need to either filter out or have it settle out one way or another. One way to do that, I mean, with this beer, it's going to be dark enough. I'm not going to use a Werflock tablet, but one way to clarify your beer is to use a Werflock tablet. It's a mix of things, but one of the biggest ingredients in the Werflock tablet is Irish moss. Irish moss gets gelatinous when it gets wet and hot, and that gelatinousness, is that a word? When it becomes gelatinous, it starts to fly around and pick up all these particles, and it coagulates all the pieces of hop, particle, grains, and all that other stuff, kind of puts it all up into these nasty little floating chunks, and it does look really gross, but also very awesome at the same time. So that's what we would put in a beer normally, and that helps to clarify it, because all that stuff, once it all settles, they get these big chunks that are quite heavy, and they'll settle down to the bottom, clarifies the beer. When you're dealing with a dark beer like a porter, stout, even brown ale, that kind of thing, you can use a Werflock tablet to kind of let that stuff get out. And also sometimes, like, I've made a few stouts where it's like I did put a Werflock tablet in, and it was kind of fun because when I was bottling it or pouring it in, like, it was hard to see the light through, but you could see a little bit of light through it, and there was a faint reflection. It was really neat. So you don't have to do that with the darker beers. Today I'm not going to do it because it's going to be a darker beer anyways. I don't really care today, but that's what you can do. Otherwise, that whole process that we're going to do later on, it's called Vorlaufing, where we're basically recirculating the wort. That's to kind of use the grain bed to filter out some of the particulate from the grains so it doesn't go into the boil pot. So we don't have to do all that extra work. So that's what's going on. So, yes. Trying to think of what I'm going to say next. Okay, I do need to get the grains here soon. Let me get them in a little bit because I don't want them to cool down too fast. One thing that I do is I do heat up the container a little bit before I put the grains in and before I put all the water in. And the reason I do that is because I'm kind of like preheating it. Because everything's kind of cold. And so I'm warming up everything. So all the metal in the insides, I'm warming it up. I don't want a whole lot in there, but it's just enough to kind of keep things warm. Because the downside of frickin' cold days when I'm brewing and missing the nice weather is the temperature cools down quite a lot, okay? So to reduce the amount of cool down that you're going to get, this is the best way to do it anyways, at least that I found. You can also use a fully enclosed sort of system where it's recirculating wort, like fancy stuff, but you don't need a whole lot of fancy stuff to like make really good beer. I mean, I have these metals. I don't know if you can see them. Yeah, you can see them. So I got these metals, and this is what I'm using. I'm using Home Depot coolers and a boil pot. That's all you need to make good beer. Can you go more expensive? Yes. Do I want to go to more expensive gear eventually? Yeah, of course. Especially when I start scaling up and creating larger batches. And that's going to be more as I get closer to like wanting to make get closer to doing a brewery. At this point, like, I've got a kid on the way, we're doing the live stream, and so it's just one more thing that I need to do on top of regular work. So trying to find that balance is where I'm at right now, but eventually I'm going to get that better equipment, and I want to make a nice brewery, small batch brewery. We'll have like 4 beers that are normal beers and like 2 or 3 beers that are kind of like unusual, complex, weird beers that you're like, whoa, I've never had this before. So that's like an Irish coffee ale, or a spicy amber ale, or a Rauch beer, that kind of thing. So those are the things that I would love to do. All right, 160. I'm gonna turn this down a little bit. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna go get my grains. I'll be right back. And here's our grains. 15.5 pounds of grains today. Which means this thing's gonna be quite strong. It's gonna be a strong beer. But Irish coffee is strong, so. And let's see. I am going to take a reading of this. It's kind of hard because I'm just looking at the bag rather than the grains. 68, 69, I said it was 70. So I'm gonna let it go up to like 168 in terms of temperature. Because what I've been finding is my temperature, which camera is which? I don't know, I think this one. What I'm finding is my temperature is kind of getting messed up. It's always lower than I want it to be. So I'm going to put it for, let's see, what did I say? 165. 165 is what I need. I'm going to do, I think I'm going to do 168. Maybe 169. Pretty close to 170. I think that'll give me the right amount of temperature. And then, what we're going to do is, let's see, make sure that I can move all this stuff. The camera? Okay, it's right there. Okay, cool. It's right there. Let me just double check the temperature, because sometimes the thermometer gets all messed up. Swirl it around. Okay, that looks good. Close. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna try and do something here because I've only got me working this thing today. We're gonna try and get you guys an excellent view. Actually, I could just do this. Boom! Look at that. It's gonna be a great view. Okay. So this is what we're going to do. Oh yeah. Also, I highly recommend some protective gear. And what I mean by protective gear is when you're dealing with hot materials, right? So when you're dealing with hot materials, just make sure you use your bare hands. Ha! Okay. So everybody is always waiting for that joke. It's a joke that always happens on this. All right, so I'm going to show you what we're going to do here. We're going to put everything in. And it's going to be much harder because I only have myself today. It's easier when you have extra hands. That's all I got to say about that. And no, Taylor, I'm not trying to guilt trip you, so don't worry about it. I had to do a lot of these brew days by myself, and so I've got systems in place to kind of help out. So what I'm doing right now, I know I don't need to do it this way, but I'm doing it because last summer I was lifting a whole bunch of heavy stuff by myself, and I like threw my back out, and it hurt really bad. So I'm reducing that risk by, you know, just reducing the weight. Water's heavy. I think for every gallon of water, it's 11 pounds. So that's a lot. Okay. Yeah, my bare hands. Bare hands? Where are they? Okay. I'm just gonna pour it all in. It's about 5 gallons anyways. Not a big deal. I think it's 5 gallons. Yeah, a little bit more than 5 gallons, but it's okay. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to pour all the grains in. Oh man, so many grains. I need to get my thing here. Okay, so now this is called the dough-in process. Now we're going to mix our grains in, okay? This part is incredibly important, okay? The thing that you need to do is make sure that all the grains are mixed in, okay? Everything needs to be wet, obviously. We're basically creating like a beer tea, okay? Go all the way to the bottom as far as you can, and you're going to see like clumps of dough like this. We want to break that up. Okay, so bring it against the edge and crush it so that it's loose. Because what we want is we do not want those chunks of grains floating around, because what that means is some of those grains are not going to be touching the hot water. And if they can't touch the hot water, then they're not going to have the enzymes get activated, and that's sugar that we're missing out on. Okay, we're at 154. That's pretty good. That's actually really good. That's one of the best ones I've had in a while. So my guesstimation was pretty darn close for what I wanted to do for temperature. So now we're just going to let this sit, okay? Meanwhile, I'm all about efficiency, so I'm going to bring you all over here for a moment. Hello. And what we're going to do is we're going to put the other water that I have. This is going to be our sparge water. This is me doing exactly what I said I wasn't going to do, lifting hard, heavy things. Alright. So what we're going to do is, while our grains are mashing, we are going to heat up our sparge water. And our sparge water is for the sole purpose of cleaning our grains. Okay, so once it's done mashing, our grains are going to get clean. We're going to rinse off all of the sugars, all the proteins, all the color from the grain, which we're making a tea right now. And then we're going to move that all into the pot. And then we'll boil. Okay, so what we're making right now, okay, just think of it as tea. That's the simplest form is what it is, right? You get herbs with tea, you put it in hot water, and the hot water extracts the color and flavor and sugars and stuff like that from the herbs into your water, okay? So that's what we're doing with this whole thing, okay? This is the sciencey part of the mash, okay? So we're basically making a tea, okay? We're steeping the grains in this hot water to pull out the color and flavor from the grains, but we're also doing something else with the hot water. We're activating different proteins, okay? So we have 2 proteins that we're activating with this water, and it all depends on temperature, okay? So today, since I want it to be a little bit more sweet of a beer, I don't want it to be too sweet, but I don't want it to be too dry. We want to be right in the middle. We're going to create a medium body
Medium body means it's a little less. It's partially rich, partially dry. It's just like right in the middle. That's why we figured out the temperature that we're using. So you have two proteins that are activated with this hot water, and those proteins move around and they basically eat up all of the starch starch chains in the grains. And what they're doing is they're both doing two different things. So we have alpha amylase, which is one protein, and you have beta amylase, which is another protein. Now, beta amylase will eat up the starch chains and create simple sugars, and simple sugars are what the yeast eat. And alpha amylase will eat up the starch chains, but will create more complex sugars, and complex sugars are what remain in the beer. So the hotter the temperature, the more alpha amylase you're going to have and a lot less beta amylase you're going to have, which means it's going to have a lot more complex sugars, which means it's going to be a richer, fuller, sweeter beer. Okay? The colder you get, and the range is it's not that big of a window, because like you want to do like 144, 143, maybe 140. I'll just say this: 140 is a low, and then the high would be like 170-ish for grains, or for a for water temperature that you want to use. And the colder the temperature, the more beta amylase you're going to get, which means it's going to break up all the starch chains into simple sugars, more simple sugars, which is going to create a cleaner, drier it's going to create a cleaner, drier beer. And then you get into the medium body, which is what we're doing today, and we have a mix of both beta and alpha amylase. So we're going to get a little bit of richness and sweetness, and we're going to get a little bit of dryness and crispness to the beer. So that's what we're doing today. So that's what's happening. Basically, the simplest form of saying, well, obviously we're creating a tea with the grain, but we're just converting starches to sugars for the yeast to eat later on. And then it's also pulling out that color and pulling out that flavor that we get from the grains. So that's the science behind it all. Don't you love science? Had I learned chemistry better in high school, it would have been a lot better. Just because, I mean, the thing is, chemistry's freaking hard, at least for me. Because, first of all, I suck at math, and second of all, like, you get into chemistry, and it's like math, but with elements and things, and then you have to like draw out all the chemical bonds and compounds, and it's just like, what is going on? I don't understand this. But had you said, hey, if you study chemistry, one day you'll make great beer, and you'll be saying thank you to yourself, your past self, for doing, chemistry so that you could make better beer, I probably would have paid attention a little bit more, or put a little bit more effort into it. Honestly, maybe gone to some tutors to be like, I don't understand any of this stuff. I need this as simple as possible, like kindergarten level, and then let's start from there up. So I'm kind of giving you guys kindergarten level brewing. Brewing's super simple. Most of the science is simple, but you can get really complex with the science really fast. So, all right. So now that we got the mash in, I'm gonna start the water, heating it up, get things rolling, and then I'm gonna open another window just in case. Alright, cool. So, I'm always confused since I got two cameras here. I should have them both on at the same time. Camera 1 and camera 2. And then I can have like that cool little fake. Anyways. Okay, so now we're here. It's 11:24. We're actually cruising. We're cruising pretty quickly, which is good. I said I was going to do a beer review here shortly, so I will do a beer review here in a moment. It's been, 5 minutes? I gotta go to my timer real quick. So I'll pull it out at 1:55 or 55 minutes. So now we got 55 minutes. So this is where I would love questions. If you have any questions, Taylor, I think you're the only one on right now. So if you have any questions, let's ask away. Today I'm not streaming on YouTube because I did not plan this very well. April's been a bad month for me planning out my streams because I waited so long because one, I wasn't sure if you were going to get the job or not, and I was trying to figure out what was going to happen. And then I had too many things going on, and I didn't have the flexibility this month to move my trips around. So now I've got some Saturdays I'm free, some Saturdays I'm not. And for those of you who, if you're not on right now, or you watch later, one thing that I want to promote is next weekend, Saturday the 20th. So I guess this weekend, coming up. Saturday the 20th at 2 p.m. Mountain Time, which would be 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern, and 1 p.m. Pacific. And then if you're in Europe, it's 8 hours ahead, so it's 10 p.m. your time. Yeah, 10 p.m.? Maybe it's 7? 9 p.m.? It's kind of late. So if you can make it, that's awesome. But what we're doing is we're going to do a dual stream type thing. I don't know if we can make it so that Rob with 2Bs and I can be on the same stream, but we're both going to be streaming the same thing. He and I are going to have a duel on Civilization 5. For those of you who've never played it, it's a fantastic game. I like it better than Civilization 6. Maybe it's just because I haven't quite figured out Civilization 6, but I really love Civilization 5, like a lot. So, but he's a big fan of it as well. And for those of you who do follow his channel, and he's got some health things going on, so he's had to take a break from streaming, which has been really hard for him. So, if you are a part of his stream and his Discord, please go send some support and just tell him your prayers and wishes are with him, because he's going to be going into surgery, I think, the 26th of April. So he's an awesome dude, and one thing that I love about this community on here is we just get to support each other while we're gaming or brewing beer or whatever we do, or baking. We get to just support each other. So awesome dude. So please go show him some support. Anyways, we're going to be duking it out. I'll probably get my butt kicked because I haven't played in a while, but it'll still be fun. So the other thing that's special about that day is we're also making that stream. Both of us are doing it. It's going to be a charity stream, okay? So we both have charities going on, and local charities. So he's got a local charity that he found. I think it's the Maryland Food Bank, I think, or local food bank in whatever city he's in. And I have a charity that's local as well with Volunteers of America, Utah. So, anyways, so come, bring a brewski, because if you watch me or watch him, please jump back and forth. Like, go watch his channel, come watch my channel, jump back and forth, show both of us some support. And if you can, we'd love it if you could donate, even if it's $1. So one of the things that I was thinking of doing from here on out, I was thinking about it last night, and I think this is a good thing for me to do. I really want to, this is fun for me, and it's always a cool idea to think, maybe one day I could get a little bit of income to cover some of what I'm doing, which would be sweet. But honestly, and I love you guys' support. So if you want to continue to subscribe to my channel, please do. I love it. And I will try and be better about producing more content. I know I'm kind of been a little bit wishy-washy lately. I was on vacation for a little bit. There's been big sporting events when I'm streaming, that kind of thing. So there's a lot of things happening, and my schedule's just been crazy. So I do apologize for the wishy-washy schedule. I will try to improve that overall. But if you like my channel and you want to support the channel, feel free to subscribe, or I think there's a way for you to just donate to the Speakeasy Brew in general. So feel free to do that. But what I'm going to challenge you with is this. I don't necessarily need the money. I won't say no to it. But what I'd like to do is I'd like to, if you want to just support my channel, I don't even know how to put this, but I want to do charity. That's what I really want to do. So I want to start focusing more on that. So what I challenge you guys with is, unless you want to subscribe and support this channel and help me get like better lighting or cameras or whatever, if you do donate to the Speakeasy Brewer, I think I've got my PayPal account attached to it. Please put a note in it saying, hey, I want to help you buy lights, or I want to help you buy cameras, or whatever. I will be very transparent to you guys on what I use it for. Like, if you want me to use it for that, I will use it for that. Or if you're like, hey, I want to help you buy ingredients for the next stream, or hey, I want to help you buy equipment. Cool, I would love that. And all I want to say early on, up front, is thank you. Like Taylor Swinehunter, he helped me buy this camera, which is cool. So I got 2 cameras now. So there's things like that you can do. But what I would love to do is just like, if you would just like to donate, I think I'm just going to have a bunch of charity stuff going on in the background. From here on out, every beer that I brew, minus a couple, I think, I'm going to raise money for local charities. So for every pint of beer people want to buy, they're going to have to donate whatever a pint of beer would cost normally to a local charity. And so I'm going to have 5 charities that are local, which I couldn't find on Twitch, but I chose Volunteers of America because I actually volunteered at Volunteers of America in Utah, and I was mentoring a kid for 2.5 years, so that's why I chose that charity for the upcoming stream. So for future charities, like all the beer that I make, it's just going to be for the sole purpose of letting people enjoy it, getting good feedback, but for people who want it, they can donate to it. So anyways, so that's my little spiel here. I hope that's good. Again, if you guys want to continue to subscribe to the channel, please do. If you want to support me by watching all the ads, which I'm going to try and get the ads off, go for it. Whatever you guys want to do. I just want you to know, like, there's no pressure for you to feel like you have to subscribe. I also want you to know that, like, if you do want to subscribe or you do want to donate to the Speakeasy Brewer, my thanks is, I don't even have enough words in English to say thank you, because it's just way cool that you guys want to do that. But I really love the friendship and relationship I've been building with y'all. Look forward to further deepening that friendship. But let's change the world one beer at a time. That's the goal. One beer at a time, we're going to change the world. So, and we're going to start with this channel. So start with the small and go big from there. So if you like it, if you have any ideas, or maybe you don't like it at all and you're just like, hey, why don't you just keep it subscribed, whatever, just let me know in the comments. So, so cheers to you all. Okay. What was I gonna do next? I was gonna pull out a beer. I guess I could pull out a beer. I'm still really enjoying my coffee though. I like being warm and gosh, I wish it wasn't so rainy. It's like supposed to be like an inch of rain today. Man, I was gonna show you guys something. Here, let me just show you. For those of you guys who might not be on, I don't know which camera it's gonna pop up on. Oh, it's gonna pop up on this one. Okay, cool. So let me show you guys what we're doing. Oh yeah, I forgot. I was gonna play some music. Here. Taylor, since you're the only one on right now, can you tell me how the sound is? Might be a little loud. I can't even hear the music, but yeah, if it's too loud, Taylor, holler at me and I'll fix it, because I don't want it to be too loud. But I feel like that's one thing that I can do to like play it in the background. So anyways, I think it's working just fine. So here's the program that I use for all my beer designs. It's called Beersmith 3. There's a lot of other programs out there that are really good, but this is the one that I've been using. And so up at the top right corner, you can kind of see the color of the beer that it's going to be. So it's kind of going to be like a reddish, it's going to be more of a brown ale. It's basically what it's going to be like. But in the middle part, you're going to see all the ingredients. So you have fermentables, which are basically grains, sugars, that kind of thing. And then you can add hops, and then you add all your miscellaneous stuff from yeast. Down below that, we have these sliders, and I love it because it's going to show you based on the beer that you're doing. So you can choose the style, and it uses the style from the Beer Judge Certification Program Manual from 2021. So that's the most updated version of the beer style guide. And so you choose the style beer that you want to brew, and it'll give you if it's in the green, it's on style for what you're doing, for the beer that you're producing, and then if it's in the yellow or red, if it's in the yellow, it's starting to get outside of that style. If it's in the red, it's definitely outside of that style. So for today, I don't really care what style we are. It's going to be like a brown ale, it's going to be like a red ale, and like an Irish red ale. It's going to be a mix of things. It's a new beer that I'm brewing. So anyways, this is what I'm using. I can show you my timer. This is what I was doing before. If I want to take notes, I can take notes. If I'm doing water chemistry, I have a whole page for water chemistry. And I did do a starter, which I always do a starter, and I highly recommend you all, to you all, that if you do brew beer and you end up doing, sorry, I'm going to get the right actual live stream. If you do end up brewing beer and doing all grain, I highly recommend that, well, first of all, that you get the system, and then when you do brew, to do a yeast starter. It's so easy, and it's a game changer. Like, you don't have to do a yeast starter, but honestly, to have like a really quick, more efficient fermentation, yeast starter is the way you gotta go. Okay, so there is a video. I mean, I could show you my video, but there's a video that has a link to a place where you can where you buy the stir plate as well as the Erlenmeyer flask. And the stir plate, if I recall, it's like a lifetime warranty, but honestly, like, it was like $30, and it works really, really well. So, but basically, with the yeast starter, so you take a packet of yeast. So, if you're doing today, we're using Imperial yeast from, I believe, Mount Hood or Portland, Oregon. I think it's Portland, Oregon. A lot of the beer stuff is in Oregon these days. But Imperial yeast always produces yeast packets that have 200 yeast cells, which is really, really good. Whereas Y yeast only has 100 billion yeast cells. So when I use Y yeast, I definitely do a yeast starter because then I can double it and get 200 billion. And then I do the same thing with the Imperial yeast. I just double that. So then instead of having 200 billion, I have 400 billion. Again, it's all about efficiency for fermentation. And there's nothing wrong with Y yeast or versus Flagship. They're both great brands for yeast. It just depends on the style of beer that you want to do. I would say Y yeast has a much larger collection of yeast cells to give you more variety in the types of beers that you can choose. And then Imperial yeast, they're slowly getting more and more. So they've probably got, I think Y yeast probably has, I don't know, probably between 50 and 75, maybe more, because they also do cider as well as wine. And flat Imperial yeast, I want to say they have between like 20 and 30 types of yeast. And then you also have other yeast companies that are like Omega Yeast or White Labs. There's a whole bunch of different ones out there. So whatever one you want to support, just support that one. They're all great. And in fact, I like to support all of them because I feel like the community in the beer world is all about just supporting each other. But, you know, find your loyalty somewhere and stick with it. But also experiment, you know? So, anyways, we're almost ready for this water to go into this container. I'm going to move some stuff real quick. So we're gonna, once this water's all heated up, this is our water for our hot liquor tank, which will be for sparging. And we're gonna put all that in this container, and it'll just sit there until we're ready to use it. And then I'll explain everything that's going on at that time. So, oh yeah, I need to put in 150. What was it? 154, I think is what it was for mash temperature, which is perfect. We did 170 degrees Fahrenheit for the strike temperature. Cool beans. Cool beans. Okay. So, yeah. I was looking at the wrong camera. I can look at this other camera. Mix it up so you guys have a great view of either way. Anyways, okay. Also, so I told you about the stream on the 20th. Since it is a charity stream, and it is Twitch, and we're doing video games this time around. That's very off character for my stream, just so you guys know. So if you're new to that channel, or new to my channel, just know that I mostly do beer. But since we're going to be doing something a little bit different, so on Saturday, bring a beer, because we're going to do a beer review. I'm bringing some beers from one of my favorite breweries in Oregon. It's from a chain of restaurants, and I know when you think of chain of restaurants, you're thinking McDonald's, Burger King, and all this other stuff, Olive Garden. But this is different because the guys that started this, it's a brand, and it's not so much a chain. The only reason I say chain is because they have a bunch of different restaurants all around, but it is the same brand everywhere you go. Doesn't matter where it is. What they do is most of the time they buy up old houses, buildings, that kind of thing, and they have like local artists come in and they paint the whole building to represent, like, to highlight some of the historical significance of that building. So it's super fun art, and they brew all their own beer, they roast all their own coffee, they make all their own wine and distill all their own whiskey. And like they have some places that are just restaurants, and some places that are like hotels with soaking pools and movie theaters and cigar and whiskey bars and all sorts of stuff. I mean, it's a big deal. So this restaurant / chain, this brand is called McMinimans. McMinimans is amazing. If you ever end up in the Pacific Northwest, Oregon, Washington, I don't know if they have any in California or Idaho, but definitely Oregon and Washington. Go to McMinimans if you can find one, and their food is fantastic. Get their Cajun Tots, I highly recommend that, but their Communication Breakdown Burger or their Commie Burger, that's the same thing, it's fantastic. The Napoleon's good too. But their beer is amazing. My very first beer that I ever had was a Terminator Stout from McMinimans. So I'm going to be drinking that and doing a taste test of that while I'm streaming that tournament with Rob with 2 Bs. So, and it'll be fun because that was the first beer I ever had, and I enjoyed it then because it was a stout. So it was sweet, it was rich, it wasn't super bitter or hoppy or anything like that. And for somebody who didn't know anything about beer, that was a pretty good starting beer. And then that kind of kicked me off to craft beer in general. So I haven't had that beer in probably 10 years, give or take. So I'm really excited to try it again. And then they have a handful of other beers that I got from the place. So there's another one that's a Hammerhead, which I believe is an amber ale, and then you've got the Ruby Red, and then you got the Hammerhead, which is IPA or something. Anyways, we're gonna figure it out. We're gonna do some taste testing. It's gonna be good. So I'm excited for it. But bring a beer, bring a beverage if you don't drink beer, just tea, water, anything. But come, just sit and enjoy, and please bring friends. Like if you think they'll enjoy it, please come along. And again, if you want to donate to the charity that we're doing, either mine or Rob's, whichever one you want to support, or if you want to support both, that would be even better. So remember, go follow his channel, subscribe to it's Rob with 2 Bs, who normally does baking, But he and I have been talking about doing the stream for a little bit, so we're like, we're gonna do it together. So it's gonna be fun. And go and support his channel, and go and support his charity. And then if you want to watch my video, watch my stream, and donate to my charity, that'd be awesome as well. But don't feel pressured. $1, €1, £1, whatever you want to do, whatever you're able to do, that would be awesome. Also, the person who loses will pay into, or will donate to the charity of the winner. So I saved up some money because I'm expecting to lose. But I'm going to give it my all. That's all I'm going to say. I'm trying to decide what kind of a strategy. For those of you guys aren't into Civ, it's an amazing game. It's a long game, and I'll have to turn this off soon. But there's several ways to win. You can win culturally, you can win diplomatically, you can win scientifically, you can win through war and domination, or you can win based on the amount of points you have at the end of the game, which is 2050. So it's all based on years and stuff. So it could go really long, but since it's just going to be him and I playing, it won't be as long because you're not waiting for all the other players to do all their things. Once you start having all these other players, it gets really long. So just be ready for that. Should be pretty fun, and we'll explain a little bit for those of you who aren't used to it. Where are my bare hands? This is kind of funny because normally I'm doing this on a weekend. There's a lot more people available, especially in the U.S. But it's all good. We're just here to have fun. And Taylor, I don't know if you're still listening or maybe you're on a meeting or something, but how's the music? I wanted to put some music on because it's not as exciting when I'm just talking. Okay, I'm assuming it's good. I can hear the music too, which is kind of fun. So it's gonna be a little bit quiet in here for a little bit. So, yeah. Oh, one other thing I wanted to show you guys. So, I came up with the name The Speakeasy Brewer a long time ago, before I even was thinking of doing streaming, probably 3 years ago. So, I got a notebook, and you can see it says, the AA Brewcraft Adventures Origin of the Speakeasy Brewer. Okay, so I called it AA Brewcraft because Brewbella and I were going to be doing beers together. This is a great way for you to take notes. I mean, all of my beers that I've ever made are in here. Okay, I've got all sorts of stuff in here, and I try to keep as many notes as possible. Honestly, my last few beers that I made, I've taken some notes, but I haven't been very good at taking really, really good solid notes. Because, I mean, it's science, right? If something works and you want to repeat it, you want to be able to go back and be like, oh, yeah, this is how much I added of blah, 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 right? Or, oh, it was a little bit hotter than I expected. And therefore it was, richer than I expected for a beer. So next time I'm going to make it mash it out at a colder temperature, or maybe it's something along the lines of I added too much of this chemical to the water chemistry, and because of that, it did this, blah, blah, blah. So all science is taking good notes. So brewing is a science and it's an art. So make sure to get yourself a notebook and take really good notes. That's my word of advice to y'all. So this is my first beer, July 7th, 2020. I guess that's when I did the brew. That was the yeast starter. I don't know if I actually wrote down the actual brew day. But yeah, it was July 7th that I did the brew day. So, and yeah. But I took really great notes, and all of this stuff helped me figure things out. So like when I started learning about mash, or like all grain beer, I had a lot of things to learn, and there's a lot of things that I was like, well, this didn't work out very well. What did I do wrong? And then you can write down questions, be like, oh, well, there's this one process that I thought I understood, but I don't know if I understand it. I need to write that down so I can learn it for next time. So, like, if you guys have questions, I can always write your questions down in here, do some research, and come back to you, because I am still an amateur brewer. I know enough to make really great beer, but I still have a lot to learn. And I want to be able to bring this. I don't want it to just be like me just brewing beer only. I want to be able to teach you guys what I'm learning, because there's just so much in here that's just absolute. Beer's fascinating. It's like, it's so cool. So, with that being said, hey, I just see somebody jumped on. I want to say welcome to you. Welcome to the Speakeasy Brewer. Thanks for jumping on. We are brewing an Irish coffee ale right now. So you kind of came in at a good time. So what we've done, we're about 30 minutes in, pretty close to our mash. So we have grains. I don't know if you can see it, but we have grains in here that are steeping right now. Let me go back so I can make sure. So in here we have grains that are steeping in here. It's kind of like tea, and it's converting the starches into sugars, and it's kind of pulling out the color and the flavor from the grains, and that's going to be our beer eventually. So when it comes out and it goes into the boil pot, when we're going to add our hops and other things to it's called wort when it comes into the boil pot, and it doesn't become beer until it actually goes through the fermentation process. So what we're doing right now is we're just converting the starches and getting all that flavor and color out. We're going to move this fluid, which is called wort, from this container into our boil pot. We're going to heat it up, and we're going to add hops. And hops will make the beer bitter. Sometimes we use hops for aroma. Sometimes we use it for flavor. And that's what we're going to be doing today. And since it's an Irish coffee ale, we are going to be adding some lactose sugar, which is going to make the beer sweet and creamy, to kind of the word is on the tip of my tongue, but we're basically going to make a copy. I can't think of it. It starts with an I. I can't think of it. But basically what we're going to do is we're going to be copying the Irish liquor. So like normally, Irish cream. So normally with Irish coffee, you have coffee, you put Irish cream in it, and you add whiskey to it as well. Irish whiskey. And you might add a few other things like maybe you might put some whipped cream on top, that kind of thing. We're not going to be doing that. But this isn't going to be a true Irish coffee. So we're doing a base of a beer base, and then we're going to add oak chips that are going to be soaking in Jameson whiskey, as well as some Jameson whiskey into the fermentation. We're also going to be adding coffee to it as well to give it a nice potent coffee flavor. And then the lactose sugar we're going to actually add today in the boil, and that is going to bring that smooth, creamy mouthfeel that you would normally get from an Irish coffee. Another thing that we're going to be adding today in terms of ingredients to make that profile, that smooth and creamy mouthfeel, is we're adding oats to our grains. So we have some flaked oats in here, kind of like if you think of Quaker oats. Just basically took that and threw it in here, and that itself adds some kind of smooth creaminess to the mouthfeel from the beer as well. So anyways, that's what we're doing today. And then up here, if you're wondering what's up here, we have hot water up here, which we're going to use to rinse the grains. That's down here, and we're going to rinse off all the sugar, color, and flavor into the boil pot. So that's what this is. It's a makeshift hot liquor tank. And if you're wondering why this looks like, it looks super ghetto, I know. If you're new to the channel, I know how ghetto this looks. But I'll tell you what, I don't know if you can see this, but I'll pull this one off. But you can still make great beer from this ghetto setup, and that great beer can win awards. So you don't always need like the highest quality equipment to make really, really good beer. Super simple. So, anyways, looks like that person jumped off. I scared him away. Okay, I'm gonna go get a top off on coffee, and then I'm also gonna get a bottle opener, and I'm going to crack open the Arrakis Ale, and we're going to do a beer review of the Arrakis Ale. So, there's that, and I did get a text message, and just in case it's somebody. Okay, nope. Potentially. Okay. Okay, cool. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna put like a quick little intermission thing. You guys can listen to the music. Dance a little. Get up. If you're working, might as well just get up and just like move around a little bit. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna be right back. You don't want to listen to me drinking coffee. I also need to go get water, so I'll be right back. Dog, what are you doing? What are you barking at? Okay, I'm back. Had to get some water. I got myself a bottle opener. And okay, we're back at it. Welcome back. Welcome back. Wrong camera. That's the right camera. Okay, cool. Slowly but surely. Also, Speakeasy Brewer. What am I looking at? I keep switching cameras. Makes it really hard to know what's going on. It's cold today though, so it's warm weather or warm weather. Golly, it's not warm weather. It's cold weather, but this is a warm layer. I'm trying to stay warm. So, anyways, got myself some more coffee. So. The great thing about this coffee is homemade. Go drink coffee. It's so good. Brought to you by Williams Brewing, or Speakeasy Brewer. We also make our own coffee. So, there you go. Little did you know. So this coffee is home roasted. Brubella actually roasted this one. Normally I roast it, but she did a great job roasting it. Oh, and I see we have one more person who jumped on. I'm gonna wait a second because I think you have ads, and I'm sorry about that. So I don't know how long the ads last. Okay, hey, if you're new to this channel and you're just jumping on and you had ads, can you let me know? I'm sorry. I thought I fixed it. I thought I got the ads off, but hey, just want to say welcome to the Speakeasy Brewer. Sorry about the ads. I don't know why. I thought the ads were off, but everybody keeps telling me the ads are not off. So maybe Twitch updated and reset the default system. So apologize for the ads ahead of time. I really do. I don't know what I did. So anyways, welcome to Speakeasy Brewer. I'm about to do a beer review of a beer that I brewed. I think it's been a month. Yeah, it was in March, right? It was the beginning of March. So it's been about a month or so, and I bottled it last week, and it's a Dune-themed beer. So if you are a Dune nerd like me, you know about spice on the planet Arrakis, aka Dune. So that's what we tried to do, is we tried to create a spiced beer that would taste like the spice from Arrakis. So we only found, or at least when I say we, when I read the book, I only found a reference to a spiced beer, but no description of what the spiced beer tastes like. But they did talk about the spiced coffee that they drink, that the Fremen drink, and it was kind of like Arabic in nature, because the Arabic nomads would create Arabica coffee, where they would take the beans and grind it up and mix it with cardamom and cinnamon. And so that's the only thing that we know for sure about the spiced coffee. So what we did this time around is I was gonna make a spiced coffee ale, but the coffee didn't come out. But the spice did, and it's quite fantastic. And we made it orange in color so that we could have make it look just like the color of the spice from Arrakis. So, and we have a special guest.
Dun
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 dun dun dun dun.
Who is the special guest?
You.
Oh,
Brubella's here. She's coming to say hi.
I don't know where to look.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I know. There's
Two
two cameras.
cameras.
I know it's kind of weird. Anyways, this is Brubella.
Got my
So-
baby bump.
Yeah. So
Can't see it at
baby's
all.
coming. So for those of you who are new to the Speakeasy Brewer, Brubella, she is my partner in crime, and we have a little boy on the way. And she made the logo for the Speakeasy Brewer, which is awesome. And she also made all of the emojis, as well as the subscriber badges, which, we should make some more subscriber badges because
Yeah,
it's now to the point where people can,
it's been a minute.
we need to update it in terms of we only did the first 3 months because I didn't actually think people would subscribe, but then people did, and I was like, okay. And so thank you for all of you who did. But yeah, anyways, and this is the Hoppy Puppy, Coda.
He's happy. Are you happy?
Hoppy Puppy.
So happy.
He's a happy boy.
He's a happy boy.
He's a sweet dog.
It's hard to see you
So then we're gonna have a
there.
brew baby here before too long. But I'm gonna pull out the
What you doing?
beer. Oh,
Right
it's the mash.
Mash. It's
Yeah.
in there.
So it's still sitting there. But I'm gonna do the beer tasting of the Arrakis ale. Yummy.
Honestly, I was surprised the Arrakis ale is delicious. The only reason I'm surprised is because Austin did cinnamon one time in the past in his beer, and it turned out terrible.
It tasted horrible.
And so I had my doubts, but this one is actually really good.
Yes.
And it's very, I don't know, well, I don't want to spoil anything, so I don't know what you're about to say.
Yeah. And yes, you're wondering, she's pregnant, but she drank, so she only took a sip.
Taster, yeah.
Yeah.
Taste
So
it.
it's okay for
Not
a
even
little
an
sip.
ounce.
Not even an ounce. But because she's been she's my very first person to try the beer with me, of all my beers, so it's kind of fun. But yeah, I'm really excited for this.
Is it
So
rubbing on your jacket? Sounds okay?
I don't know. Does it sound okay?
Swine Hunter?
I think he's busy.
Okay.
But there's one new person. So since you're new to the channel, I think because if you are, please say hi on the chat and please let me know if there's anything that's dumb going on.
Yeah.
Like if if this is
It's
making
like
noise,
rubbing on your cup.
if the music from the computer is too loud, I would love some feedback because I am trying to make.
It's kind of weird to see this in
I know.
like the picture. That's
I know,
my
but
feedback.
yeah, I know.
But where else are you?
I don't know where I'm gonna put it. I am slowly figuring things out, and I am.
You have it hanging.
Yeah, I know. I thought about that. But here's the thing. Like, I'm new to the whole stream thing. I mean, it's been about a year, but I'm still figuring out stuff.
Jimmy rigging everything.
I'm Jimmy rigging everything, making it work, trying to keep it simple. I should be the one example that people are like, this is what you don't do on Twitch and YouTube. But you know, I think I don't know. I think people enjoy it, and you know, I'm not trying to become like a viral hit or anything like that. But since you might be new, please feel free to jump on the chat, give me some feedback. I would love to know if the music's too loud or whatever, or if you think what I'm doing is good. That's also cool. And so here's what we're going to be doing. This is the Arrakis Ale, and we're doing our taste tester. And I know I'm using a Guinness pint, but it's not brought to you by Guinness. It's brought to you by the Speakeasy Brewer. Maybe one day. Oh my gosh. Okay, so.
Oh, where's the carbonation? Oh, it is there.
It is there. It's just, I'm pouring it slowly. It's still technically carbonating, honestly, but here, let me see if I can do this. I'm going to get some better lighting. Oh, I just hit the wrong button. Okay. Hey, we got 4 people on right now. Okay, so let's do this. Okay,
Oh,
so
you wanna see through it, okay.
I want to show you guys the color. Oh, there we go. There we
put it
go.
closer to the camera.
Yep, there we
Yeah.
go. So look at the color. So it's nice and orange.
Amber.
It's clear. And this is exactly what we wanted in terms of the color from the beer, because I wanted it to, again, to be orange like the spice from Arrakis. So now you guys can see that it's clear and it's orange. Okay, so now, and I got some really great feedback from Tion. She was the one that recommended that when I do a beer review, I tell you everything from like what I'm smelling to what I'm tasting. So that's what we're gonna do. So when I'm smelling this beer, I smell cinnamon and cardamom because those are the spices I put in it. But it's really strong. But I would say it's stronger on the cardamom side.
I thought so like cardamom's kind of one of those smells you don't really smell all the time, so I didn't really know what it would smell like.
Come on.
But I thought it smelled like butterscotch and flowers.
Come on, buddy. Good boy. Yeah, I guess I could do the butterscotch. Yeah, so it's a little bit sweet.
And someone else said malty.
Malty. Yeah, so and that's kind of what I was shooting for. Is I made this one also medium body, so I wanted it to be somewhat rich and somewhat sweet. But I used Cascade hops in here, and I can't smell any of the hops at all. It's just strong cardamom and a hint of cinnamon. Some people said that they smelled like nutmeg or like allspice in there, which I found is interesting.
We might just, it's an association.
Yeah, it's
smell,
an
maybe,
association.
Like, if you smell cinnamon, you expect the other things.
Exactly. So everybody that's had this so far has said that they would rather, they like it, they drink it whenever, but they said it would be a great beer for fall.
Round a fire pit at night.
Around a fire pit.
Yeah.
Go down.
Where it's cold. I can get them.
Okay. Anyways, yeah, so that's the beer. So let's taste it. And the color's great, so. Okay, so right off the bat, it's very cinnamony, super strong. I think there's only 2 teaspoons of ground cinnamon in the boil. And man, if you're going to be using cinnamon in your beer, that's what you want to do. Ground cinnamon and put it in the boil last 5 minutes. That's what I did with this, and 2 teaspoons was perfect. If you're wanting only a hint of cinnamon, I'd probably do 1.5, maybe 1 teaspoon. But But right up front, I taste the spices. So I had the cinnamon super strong, and then it follows up. It's got a really beautiful balance with that cardamom. So that cardamom kind of comes in, and they kind of like the flavors dance around together. It tastes really good, and then it has like this lovely, sweet, malty kind of aftertaste that transitions into the bitterness. So you actually don't taste the hop bitterness until the very end, and it's the aftertaste that you get, which is quite nice. The hops that I used on this beer were Cascade hops, and I'll show you because I've got some still. They're from my parents' house. My parents live up in Oregon, and the hops grow really well in their in that area, and this is what they look like. Okay, it's a little bit different than the hops we're going to be using today, because the hops we're using today are Fuggle hops, but they come in pellet format, and when the hops are in pellet format, they're a little bit more potent. This is still 1 ounce of hops, but they're just the flowers. You can stick the flour or the pellet in a little hop bag, and that kind of helps keep the particulate and all that stuff in it contained, so you don't have to do a whole lot of filtering when you're moving the beer from the boil pot to the fermenter. And I highly recommend that if you do use full hops, you do filter it as well as you possibly can, because I did one time and it was a half-assed filter, and it didn't work out very well. The beer turned out, actually, this gold medal came from the beer that messed up. Okay, so I got this gold medal. I don't know if you can see it very well because it's so bright, but anyways, it's gold medal for my oatmeal stout. And the funniest thing was I used my parents' hops in that stout, and I feel like this is too loud. Please, for those of you guys who are on, I would love it if you could jump in the chat and tell me if the sound is, like, the music is too loud or whatever. I'm open for feedback. But yeah, so what happened was I did not filter out all the hops. So during fermentation, it was a super aggressive fermentation. And I had it in my bedroom because we had a guest over that night. And the guest was using the guest bathroom where I normally let things ferment. And just in case it boils over or ferments over or blows off is the proper term. And that's exactly what happened in our room. So the hop particles, the flour itself, went up and plugged the bung hole. I've got one right here. I'll show you what it looks like. The bung hole. Bung holio. Okay, so here's a bung. It is a proper term. It's called a bung. And in the top of the fermenter, there is a hole for the bung to go into. That is called the bung hole. And yes, it's not just a Beavis and Butthead thing, but bung hole goes in. So bung goes in the bung hole, okay? In the bung, you have a little tiny hole, okay? That is where the airlock goes. The airlock gets filled with sanitation fluid that prevents oxygen from going into the beer during fermentation, and it also keeps wild bacteria or wild yeast from getting into your beer and ruining your beer. So it's very, very important, okay? So the hop flowers went up into this hole, and it plugged that hole. So when a beer is fermenting, okay, like I told you all, you have super sugary wort that is being eaten by yeast. The yeast eat the sugar and transfer that into CO2 and alcohol, okay? So that CO2 starts to build pressure, okay? So that hole was plugged, so the pressure was building, and that air couldn't get out. So in the middle of the night, this thing, and the airlock, boom, shot off the top. I didn't even wake up to it, surprisingly. Shot off the top, and it launched stuff everywhere. And the amount of pressure, I had no idea. I really wish I would have caught it on camera because it would have been epic. But I woke up, and I heard this weird noise. It was like a frothing noise. And I was like, what the frick is that noise? Got up, and I sat up, and I looked over to my fermenter. The bung and the airlock were gone, and out of the top was this monstrous mountain of foam and yeast and crap. It was just like a volcano, and it was just like blowing out of the top and blowing over the sides. And I was like, what the heck is that? And I jumped out of bed, and the airlock and the bung were like 5 feet away from the fermenter, and like it looked like somebody had explosive diarrhea all over. And I'm not joking. It took me like an hour and a half to 2 hours to clean the whole thing, but it was explosive. Like you had hot particles and like dead yeast bodies and foam and all this other stuff, and hot particles just like everywhere. It was on the fan, it was on the ceiling, it was on the walls, it was on the books on the bookshelf, it was on my wife's cello. It was on
What?
the bread. It was on the bed.
You had it on
It
the
was-
cello?
It was on like it was everywhere. It just literally looked like somebody just like opened up their cheeks and explosive diarrhea went
Oh,
everywhere.
alright. That's enough.
I'm being honest. This is very, very pleasant. Man, I really want to share it with y'all. Anyways, so that's why you want to filter out your hops. And today, our hops that we're using, let me show you guys. I've got it in the fridge. Guess I should have shown this earlier when I was going over ingredients. Okay. All right. So here is our hop bag that we're going to be using. Okay, we're going to put the hops in there, and these are our hops. They have an alpha acid of 5.6%, and it says the aroma is green tea, mint, grass, and floral, which we shouldn't get too much of an aroma from this one just because it's going to be a bittering hop, but it's typical beer styles, English style, bitter, stout, brown ale, porter, and pale. Perfect for the beer that we're brewing today. So that's what we're doing, and then in terms of the lactose sugar, this is what it looks like. White powder. Looks like cocaina, but it's not cocaina. Anyways, kind of cool. It's 1 full pound. Yeah, kind of fascinating what all this stuff looks like. So yeah, and I'll show you guys what the hop actually looks like when it comes out of the bag, because it's in a little tiny pellet format. It looks like a like bunny or horse food is the best way to put it. Okay. Okay. Let's see, what's our time frame look? It should be pretty close to boil time. We're pretty close. Okay. So now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna bring this over so y'all can see what's going on. Okay. Oops. Okay, so here we are. Here's your bare hands. Ha 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 ha. Okay, so maybe before I do that, I'm gonna bring it back to my eye level. And so here's what we're getting ready to do. We're getting ready to enter the time of the stream where we're getting ready for the boil. Okay, so what we're going to do first is we're going to Vorlauf, and I'll show you what the Vorlauf looks like, and then we're going to take a quick taste of it because I always love doing that. I call it the Angel Share. It's not true Angel Share. Angel Share is more for distilling beer. It's that pure ethanol that comes out, and that's lost during the distilling process. You can't drink that ethanol because it will make you go blind, maybe even kill you. But I like to call it the Angel Share because it's a small amount of beer that we're tasting to, one, get a good view of what the color is going to look like. It helps us to get a taste of what sort of flavors we're going to get. The other thing, too, is it's so sweet. It's just fantastic. And this is my favorite part, too. Like, the smells that come with brewing is phenomenal. So when I open this, the smell is just, like, off the charts amazing. It's just so good. So it smells grainy, smells biscuity. The best way to put it is like if you can imagine yourself late summer when like the wheat fields or the grass fields and like farmland, it's kind of damp. It kind of gives you that nice crisp grassy smell. Oh, it smells so good. I don't even know how to explain it, but I hope you guys know what I'm talking about. if you just grew up in a city and have only been in a city your entire life, you probably don't know what I'm talking about. But if you've been out in like farmland, that's kind of what I'm smelling. So we're gonna boil off it, which basically means circulating the beer, and we're gonna do that a couple times. Take a taster, and then we're gonna sparge the beer. And basically, with sparging, we're going to move the hot water that's from this hot liquor tank down through the grains to rinse the sugar and the color and the flavor off, and we're going to move it right into the boil pot, and we're going to let it out. We're going to heat it up while we're filtering it in. That way we want to be efficient with the resources we have, so we're going to get it boiling as soon as possible, that kind of thing. So anyways, that's what's going to happen, and let me just make sure we got the right time. I see somebody new just jumped on, so welcome to the Speakeasy Brewer. You came on at a really good time because we're about to get the beer going. So stay tuned. I'm sorry if you had to deal with ads. I have just found out that ads are a thing on my channel, and I thought I turned it all off. So first of all, I apologize for that. But thank you for sitting through it just to see what it looks like. But we're about to move our soon-to-be beer into the boil pot. We're going to add our hops, so you're jumping on at a good time. From here on out, it's going to be pretty busy. So if you have any questions or feedback or anything, please jump in the chat and say hi. And again, welcome to Speakeasy Brewers. So I'm going to step off real fast. I have to get some tubing to do this whole thing, and then we're going to get going with this, all right? So let me be right back. Okay, so I've got two types of tubing, and I'll show you guys real fast. So you can see this. This is a conical sort of, it's kind of like it's not a flywheel, but as the water from the sparge or from the hot liquor tank hits this, it kind of sprays out, and it kind of does a good shower over the grain bed, which you're about to see, and you're going to get a nice good view because this is a camera right here. And then this is the tubing that's going to move the wort, which is soon to be beer, from this mash tun into the pot. Okay, so that's what those are for. But before I hook these up, we are going to do a taste test and do something called Dorlauf. So let me get you guys up close and personal to what's actually happening. Stand by. One. Okay, here we go. So we're gonna get over here, and gosh, I wish I had a way to share the smells that come from this with you all, because the smells that come from this are so good. They're intoxicating. Okay, so this is grain. This is all over grain. This is 15 and a half pounds of grain. It is heavy, and you can use this grain for compost later so you don't waste it. You can also use it for dog treats or put it in bread or pizza dough. I'm going to move this out of the way because I'm going to be moving beer into that. Sorry. Trying to do too many things at once. And bring my glass over. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a couple small samples of this, it's wort, okay? So we're going to take a couple small samples in a pitcher. We're going to start off by opening it slowly. I don't know if you guys can see, but let me bring you down here real quick. Let me open it up. Okay, I'm going to bring you down here real quick so you can see what's going on. Okay, so you can see right now I've got a really small stream, and you can see the color of the beer. That's beautiful. Okay, again, I keep saying beer, but I'm just trying to simplify it for y'all. Oh my gosh, it smells so good. It smells very roasty and biscuity. It smells fantastic. The color's great, but you'll see that I've got a small stream coming out. And what I'm trying to do is I'm going to run a few pitchers of this wort through, and okay, sorry. Trying to do two things at once. I don't have a lot of hands. So what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to rinse some grains that might have gotten through my false bed, or my bed at the bottom, and we're just trying to clarify the beer. And we're gonna do it at a slow rate, because if we do it too fast, then what we end up doing is creating these channels, and we're not gonna get all the color, we're not gonna get all the flavor in the sugar, so we want to be very careful. Next, we're gonna pour this back in, and we're going to filter it through the grain bed. Okay, so nice and gentle. Some people don't like doing this just because there's a potential of adding oxygen to the grain, and honestly, I've never had any issues with it. So I'm gonna do this. I see somebody just said hi. Hey, what's up, Wolfairy? Thanks for jumping on. I think that's you. I don't have my glasses on, but hey, thanks for jumping on. It's great to have you on here. You are awesome. Just gonna say that. Thanks for jumping on. It's just great having you on. So you're getting on at the great time. You know, we just had a beer review of the Arrakis Ale, which was fantastic. You jumped on to see the bottling of that, and today I got to try it, and it was fantastic. And right now, what we're doing is just vorlaufing. Okay, we're just running. We're getting some runnings off. Actually, I should probably take a little more than this. And then we're just going to use the grain bed to filter it out and make sure we want it to be as clean as possible before we send it into the boil pot, so we don't have a whole lot of grain particulate floating around during the boil. And part of the reason isn't just for clarity. Part of the reason is we want to not have grains that could potentially produce off flavors and tannins. And tannins or another way of saying off flavors, kind of like bitter, unpleasant flavors. I'm gonna do this one more time since it's sorry for the beeping. It'll go off here in a second. That's my timer saying that the mash is done. We're gonna do this one more time because it looks like the beer is pretty clear right now, and I'm gonna take a quick sample of it. Hello. What are you doing, buddy? What are you doing? All right.
He tried to run over and say hi to Carrie and caught him by his back legs.
Oh.
Must have touched his something. I touched something. He squealed.
Oh, I didn't even hear that.
He was like, oh, why did you do that? Poor little guy.
Well, he can't just run. Oh, shoot, I forgot to take a sample of it. Okay. No worries. Anyways, yeah, so, yeah, Wolfairy, how are things going? What's going on in your world? Hopefully things are good. And I don't remember if you're one of our friends in Europe or if you're in the US, but thanks for jumping on a Monday. Alright, I'm going to take myself a sample real quick. Oh, this looks beautiful. And I see you just type something in. But look at this. Look at that color. So beautiful. Okay, let me come over there real fast. I'm going to read what you said. And we're going to... Okay. Oh, nice. Awesome. Hopefully your chores are fun chores. I don't know if chores and fun work together, but anyways, well, I am pumped that you're on here. Even if you're on here for a short time, thank you for just jumping on and saying hi. While I have you here, can you tell me, is the music too loud? I'm just trying to have some background stuff so it's not just me trying to make noise all the time. What? I think he took off running. Anyways. Well. Oh, so good. So so far, it's really sweet and roasty, kind of. What's that flavor? It kind of tastes like brown sugar, honestly. I love this part because it's just so sweet. You want to try some?
It's the runnings
Running.
from the Borlauf.
Wow, very sweet. Good.
All right, cool. All right, so now we're going to do what I just told you guys I was going to do. We're going to actually sparge. So that process that we just did is called Borlauf, which is the recirculating of the beer through the grain bed to basically filter out the wort. And we're going to plug in the tubes. All right, and once we have enough wort in the boil pot, we are going to start the heating process again, which I need the lighter. Anyways, okay, here we go. Get ready to start. Okay. So this part is incredibly important. Okay. What we're going to try and do is we're going to try and get the water from the hot liquor tank that's going to rinse the grain off. We want it to match the water flow out at the pot, at the base of the pot. If the flow rate is too much down at the bottom and not enough at the top, the grain bed's going to settle and it's going to create something called a stuck mash. And what that does is it just means it's locked in and the water's not going to flow through very well, which means it's a big mess. And I haven't had anything like that happen yet, so I'm hoping that we can keep that trend going. But it's a game of trying to get the flow rate to match. So I always open the bottom first to try and get an idea of what the flow rate's going to look like. And we want it to be fairly slow. So it's a good flow rate. And we're going to open the top too. Since the grains are so close, it's kind of hard to see, but you can see though the water that's coming out now. And it's okay if there's more water coming in than there is going out, but if it is too much, you'll see it's going to start filling up at the top, and you'll see a layer of water over top of the grain. It's not the end of the world. Some people do that. They just fill the whole thing up with water and then let it flow out, but we're going to try and match it. And this process should take between 20 and 40 minutes from start to finish. This is a great time to use this to clean off the grains on the side. All right. And I was a little nervous since I had a little bit more flaked oats this time around for my beer. I was worried that it was going to become a little bit more gooey than it normally would, but I think I got it mixed up well enough. It is. It's like a beer waterfall. It's a great way of putting it. In the land of paradise where waterfalls flow with beer. Yes, it is like a beer waterfall. And man, the whole process is fun. It's for those of you guys who make all your own things, like if you make your own bread, or obviously we all make our own meals, but if you make your own bread or your own beer or your own coffee or make your own clothes, like there's a certain joy that comes with creating your own stuff, and beer is that way for me. So I think I got a good flow rate for both sides. It seems like whatever's going in is coming out, so that's a bonus. Okay, let's see. Could you imagine actually doing a beer fountain? Oh, you know what? That sounds amazing, honestly. I feel like if you did a beer fountain, you could still get good beer, but it would probably get rid of the carbonation, but I think you could totally do it. I know that they do have beer baths that you can do. I've seen them around where you basically sit in hot beer while drinking beer. It's kind of like a spa day. I've also seen beer yoga where you do yoga and you have your beer glass nearby, and
So you do a few moves, and then you drink a beer, and then you do a few more moves, and then you drink a beer, that kind of thing. I also saw this hilarious thing where it was like a beer marathon, but it wasn't really a marathon. It was like a 100-meter dash, and you start off at the starting line, and they shoot the gun, and everybody takes off, and they only run 100 feet to the kegs, and then they fill up a pint glass, and then you just drink beer. It's super ridiculous, but it's awesome. There's a lot of great things out there that people have come up with. All right, so what we're gonna try and shoot for this, the amount of wort that we're gonna put in the boil pot's about 7 gallons. We're almost at 2 gallons. Okay, so this process should take about as long as I'm doing it right now, which it's probably gonna end up being 15 to 20 minutes. I know sometimes people take it, make it a little bit longer, but I think what I'm doing is okay. I might actually slow the rate down at the bottom. So this is a very hands-on part of the process. It's really important that you get this right. I feel like if I had an automated system, it would be less hands-on. But you know what? Sometimes it's just more fun to be hands-on with some of this stuff. There are days, with the amount of brewing that I do, that I just want it to be automated so I don't have to do as much. But I feel like, it gives you guys a little bit more content to look at instead of hearing my voice only. Okay, so good question, Wolfberry. Good question. It does not water down the beer. So here's what's happening. Okay, so there was about 5 gallons of water already in the mash tun. Okay, and that's what had all the sweet beer. Basically had this. Okay, had all the color, had the flavor, and the sugar in it. So there's like 5 gallons. Subtract maybe half a gallon because the grains soak up some of that, maybe even a gallon. So that means that if it's soaked up about a gallon of water, that means there's 4 gallons of just pure wort in here. And there's still going to be wort that's stuck in the grains, and that's what this water's for. It's to move, basically rinse all the sugars and all the flavor, all the color, everything off into the boil pot. And you can see right now that the pot is quite dark. And in fact, while I'm talking about the pot, I'm going to get this thing rolling. Get it heating up. Again, efficient use of time. So to answer your question also, so again, like there was already a lot of wort in here. So there's 4 gallons that's going to go in here. And then we're using the rest of this water to rinse off the excess sugars and coloring and all that other stuff into the boil pot. And then once we boil it, we're going to lose about a gallon of water in the boil, which means it's going to cause the flavor and the sugars to be a little bit more distilled. So, because we're losing about a gallon of water. So, but very, very, very good question. And in fact, when I first started brewing beer, I did my first, it was like a kit, it wasn't a kit beer, but I followed somebody's recipe, and it only made like 3.5 gallons of wort after the boiling was over. And then I had to fill it up with distilled water to make it 5 gallons. And I was so worried about that because I thought it was going to actually water the beer down. But it didn't water it down. What it did was it just, because it was such a potent concoction that I made, adding that 2 gallons of water actually made it a little bit more pleasant. So, yeah, so it's not necessarily watering it down. But that's a very, very good question. I appreciate it. Yeah, you do. So when you're doing a kit beer, like when your very first beer, you're going to be using, maybe some grains and maybe no grains at all. Maybe you're going to be using something called liquid malt extract, LME, and basically it does all the process for you. So instead of doing the grain like we're doing here and getting the wort down in our boil pot, you basically get a very, very distilled version of what's going in the pot right now into a syrup. And so basically when you're using a kit or it's just starting off with beer, you're using liquid malt extract, and all you're doing is heating water up to boil, and then you're pouring that liquid malt extract into that water, and then you're just heating it up, adding the hops, and then if you need any more water to fill it up to 5 gallons in the fermenter, you add distilled water. or yeah, distilled water to make it 5 gallons. And so yeah, and it's true. It doesn't water it down because that liquid malt extract is so potent. But yeah, we want to add water content, especially today, because we're going to lose about a gallon anyways from just boiling. Yeah, really appreciate that question. That's a very good one. Also, oh yeah, okay. So I know it seems hot. So it's actually the water that's coming from up here. So this water is about 170 degrees Fahrenheit, and this water, we wanted it to match whatever water temperature was in here, because we want to make sure that the proteins don't like burn off. We don't want it to be too hot. This is just our way of basically ending the mash. So it's heating up the proteins that are in there. It's washing it all into the boil pot, and so it is hot. It's hot because we want it to we want that water to be hot for rinsing purposes, partially because we want it to be sterile, right? And the other part of it is we're wanting to stop that conversion process because when you have the grains in here, there's a conversion process called saccharification, where it's the proteins in the grains are actually turning the starch chains into complex sugars and simple sugars. So by adding hot water, we're actually causing the proteins to stop that process, and then we're rinsing it all into the boil pot. So the reason it's hot is because this was about 170 degrees Fahrenheit. We're putting hot water on the grains, and so that's where the steam's coming from. The grains themselves, I actually have a thermometer right hither. Let's see how hot it is. So you can see it's about 154 degrees Fahrenheit. And if you were to look at the water that's coming out, it's 161, give or take. Oh, right there. It's pretty hot, but a good observation. And another very good question. We're getting pretty close to the water being done in the top tank, so I'm going to move some of it in, or tip it, I should say. Oh, so you can see that the water's stopping, so now is a good time for me to use the rest of the water in here. We've got about 4 gallons in the boil pot, so I'm just going to put all the rest of the water in here and let it rinse out. Every time I've done this, it works out just fine. I never have had an issue with stuck mash. So I'm just going to fill it up with all the water that's left in here until it's out. And then once this is out, this is going to end up being the water that I use for cooling the beer. So I close this valve, pull that off. And I'm going to open the top, let it cool down because, again, I'm going to put ice and cold tap water from the hose into this container, and I don't want the ice to melt too fast. So let's see, we are at almost 5 gallons. There are my bare hands. Up there. Remember, always use bare hands when you're dealing with hot items. Otherwise, you'll burn yourself. This beer is so good. Like, it's a great base for the Irish coffee. It's so good because it's kind of got that roasty flavor, roasty sweet flavor, which is the great base for our Irish coffee. And then we're gonna add our oak chips and Jameson whiskey and our coffee at the end of the fermentation, and then we're gonna add the lactose sugar at the end of the boil. Isn't it? It is. It's really great, isn't it? So, now that we've kind of looked at that, I'll bring it back over here so I'm giving myself a little bit more space. Yeah, totally. I got that mint. There was these two girls that I used to babysit back when I was living in Oregon still. Sorry, I'm going to fix this so it looks a little bit more natural. So anyways, they came when I first moved to Utah. They were driving through, and they came through when it was my birthday, and they found those bare hands and got it for me. And of course, it is like great for dad jokes. You know, you're like, oh, always use your bare hands. It's unbearable. Ha 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 ha. Anyways, so I love bringing those out, and it's always a hit whenever I bring them out. But they're great. Oh no, my thermometer. But yeah, I got two of them, and they got little claws and everything like that. Isn't that fun? If I ever dress up as a bear for Halloween, that's what I will have to wear. Come on now. Oh, also, I'm sure you probably already saw this, but just so you know, we are doing a different stream this Saturday coming up. If you can jump on, definitely do it, but no pressure. What's it say? Wait. Yes, I am missing claws. Yeah, you can see right there. I am missing claws. It should look like this. I think the dog got it. The Hoppy Puppy got it. Bit them off. So, yeah, anyways, it's all good. Dogs will be dogs. Let's see, I'm sorry, I'm going back and forth. We have about a gallon left before I need to kind of switch my focus over here. But it's an easy recipe. We're only adding one hop, and then that's it. So, but yeah, I already put it on. I don't know if I made it I think I made it an event on Discord. If I haven't, it's going to be an event in Discord. I already made an event on Twitch. But Rob with 2Bs, he and I are actually going to do a stream together. He's had to take a break from streaming on terms of the baking just because of some just health stuff. But there's a game that he's been playing, and I'm like, oh, it's one of my favorite games. And so what we're going to do is on Saturday, we're going to do a gaming stream, which is very uncharacteristic for my channel since it's mostly beer, bottling beer, beer reviews, all this other stuff. So don't you worry, though. We're going to do a beer review with one of my favorite beers, one of my favorite breweries from Oregon. So it'll be, I don't know where in the world you are, but it will be about 2 p.m. Mountain Time in the United States. It's 4 p.m. Eastern Time. And if you're in Europe, like Britain or Germany or somewhere along that line, it should be about like 8 or 9 p.m. your time. So it'll be a little bit late, but it is Saturday. But feel free to jump on if you can, but do not. Oh, you're in Colorado. Okay, yeah, it'll be 2. Yeah, that's awesome. I love Colorado. I'm in Colorado at least once or twice a week, maybe 3 times a week. I fly in and out of Denver Airport, so that is my base. But I love Colorado. It's flippin' gorgeous there. God, so pretty. And I've actually thought about moving there, but I kind of like where I'm at right now. So, hey, no worries. Hey, work, do whatever you got to do. All these streams, as you know, like, if you could jump on even for 5 minutes, super cool. I love that you jump on and just say hi real quick. Like that means a lot. So, but yeah, if you want to jump on, definitely do it. We're playing Civilization 5. I don't know if you play games or whatever, but Colorado's so expensive. That's the reason why I haven't moved there. So yeah. Anyways, but yeah, Civilization 5. That's what we're playing, and yeah, it should be good. So if you can jump on, definitely do it, and bring friends too if you think they might enjoy it. They don't have to stay the whole time because I know it can be kind of boring. But definitely jump between Rob's stream and my stream because we're going to be both doing it separately. But we'll be talking to each other via Discord. And one other cool thing. Hang on 1 second. We're almost at 7 gallons, but we're also doing it. It's one-on-one, so me versus him. So it should be a little bit faster because I know if you have like computers and all this other stuff, it just can go on forever. But we're also doing it as a charity stream. So if you have friends that you think would enjoy it or whatever, bring them along. And there's no pressure to like donate, obviously. Like, come watch, make fun. If you switch between Rob and I'd be like, oh, you're about to get your butt kicked. And I'll be like, oh no. I'm expecting my butt to get kicked by Rob. But yeah, so we're doing a charity stream. So he's got a local charity from where he lives, and I've got a local charity from where I live. So if you want to, whether it's $1, €1, £1, whatever you want to do, that's cool. If you want to do more, also cool. We're just, I don't know. He and I are both kind of in a mindset of like, it's fun to do things for others. So anyways, but just come, whether you donate or not, just come and join in on the conversation and do some psyops for us. Go tell Rob, hey, you're about to get your butt kicked, or oh, I wouldn't do that if I were you. And then you come over to me, you're like, Rob's about to come kick your butt. You should do this. You should do that. Try not to help us cheat because we want it to be fair. So, anyways, that's the heads up. So, what do you do for work? That's 7 gallons. Sorry. The answer, it'll be a second before I look over and see. Beer. Oh, sweet. That's awesome. I was in Denver for 2 months when I was first starting with the whole airline thing. I was there for training, and King Soopers was my place to go. And I have a good buddy that lives in Denver. I mean, when I met him probably like 10 years ago, and I met him when he was a kid. He was like 10 years old or 12 years old or something like that. And I met him playing Battlefield 4, like way back when. And then I stopped playing Battlefield 4, and I finally got back into jumping on and playing games. And I saw he sent me a message, so I connected with him like 6-7 years later, and he's a freaking adult now. So I like picked up the phone, I called him. I was like, dude, and on the other side's like, hello. Like, man, you're an adult now. What happened to the child that I knew? Anyways, he's a great guy, but he works at King Soopers. I don't know if he's still there, but anyways, King Soopers. Righteous. Okay. So I need to get my hops. I'll be right back. I told you all that I would also show you guys what the hops look like when dealing with knives. Knives are sharp, okay? So be very careful. Don't cut yourself, because that would hurt. Anyways, I use these muslin bags. Maybe one day when I have a really sweet brewing system set up, then I can, just dump the hops in without having to buy these bags. The knife is a Kershaw blade. Kershaw Speed Safe. That was a knife that one of my mentors gave me like 7 years ago, I think. They're super nice. But my mentor, he was awesome. His name was Leon Vanette, and he was he worked in a salon in LA, and he was so good at what he did. He would go to these conventions, like I guess hairstyle conventions, I guess is what it would be. And he was so good. He taught classes on hair styles and things like that. And he also was sponsored by Kershaw. So he got this for me. He asked me to help him with some work on his house. And so he had 2 knives, and I had no idea. And he's like, "Hey, go over there and cut this thing up with your knife." And I'm like, "What knife?" He's like, "Go use your knife." And I'm like, I don't have a knife." And he's like, "Well, here, this is yours." And that was his way of setting me up to give it to me. So this knife is pretty special. It was a cool thing. So I always have it on my person, like when I'm walking around, and I found it to be extremely helpful so many times. So anyways, great. If you maybe one day I'll have Kershaw blades representing the Speakeasy Brewer, which will be funny because I'm all about beer and not knives, but super sharp. Oh, I didn't even, God, you guys, I'm so sorry. I didn't even show you guys what the pellet looks like. I'll show it to you the best I can. It's so bad. You can't even see it. I'm not even gonna worry about it, but it's a pellet. I'm sorry. I got distracted. Oh, yeah, dude. So I didn't even know that they could make ceramic knives. That's kind of cool. So was the blade itself ceramic, or was it the casing for the knife ceramic? That's kind of wild. Interesting. That sounds cool. We're almost to boil. Once we do, we're gonna add our hops and we're gonna start our timer. Wow, the blade was a ceramic. Wow, that's kind of crazy. It makes me think. Dune nerd alert, but it makes me think of the Chris knife, which is the tooth from the worms, and they would use it. Yeah. Oh, super cool. Anyways, nerd alert over. That's kind of cool. So a ceramic knife. Does that mean? Did it stay sharper longer because it was ceramic, or did it dull like a regular metal blade would be dull? Would get dull over time. I'm curious about that. Okay, sweet. That's awesome. One thing I learned about ceramic is that ceramic, if you have like a shard of ceramic, you could throw it at a car window and it shatters car windows. And it has something to do with the porcelain, or sorry, the ceramic, like frequency or something like that. But you like spark plugs have, I think it's ceramic, maybe it's porcelain. Anyways, like if you get a spark plug, there's like white around the base of the spark plug. If you break it, you could get a piece of ceramic and throw it at the window, and the window shatters. So if you're ever in a situation, yeah, I guess that would make sense. More prone to shattering. Huh? Interesting. That's super cool. I'd love to see a photo of that if you have one. Stick it on Discord, because that's super cool. Do you have a new knife now? That's the question. Yeah. Interesting. That's super cool. So I have a quick question about your job. You said you're a general merchandise manager. So does that mean, like, do you work for only one of the King Supers, or do you work for like all the King Supers in the area? And then in terms of the merchandise, like, are you like paying attention to like the inflow and outflow of everything and determining when to buy things and what to buy and that sort of thing? Oh, that's awesome. Congratulations. That's super cool. So you in charge. Everybody comes to you. That's awesome. merchandisers. Okay, cool. So then, you're in charge of the people that focus on that. Is that correct? Or what exactly do you do? Okay, cool. That's awesome. I would imagine that that's got to be a pretty busy position. But it's also pretty awesome that you get to do that. Alright, if you say something else, I'll look at it here in a second. I'm going to explain something real fast, and then I'll look at chat. So what we're about to get to is the boil part of the stream. So we're heating up the water. It's getting pretty close. Now it's really important at this point, since we have a lot of sugars in this wort at this time, when it boils, there's a high likelihood of boil over. So it's really important to monitor it. If you see the foam start coming up to the top, if you have a gas stove like I do, it's much better than electric stove because it cools down instantly. You just turn off the heat, and you can blow on the foam, and it kind of settles it down. Some tricks, and it'll probably do so either before you put the hops in or right around the time you put the hops in. So you want to be able to act kind of fast. Sometimes a good idea is to like create a little bit of a whirlpool in the wort, and then you drop the hops into there. That kind of helps sometimes. So we're at a boil right now. So I am going to stir it just a tad. I'm going to blow on it because when you stir it, it creates agitation. And I'm just going to plop it in. And what I need to do is I need to start a timer. Alright. So now, let me show you what it looks like right now. Sorry. Make sure you guys can see what's going on. So you can see the boil right now, okay? It's a pretty vigorous boil. And this is great because what's happening right now is it's kind of churning the hops. And so what's happening to the hops right now is hops have two types of acids. They have alpha acids and beta acids. So the big deal is you can kind of see the steams, or not the steam, but the foam was coming up. You could blow on it. It works just fine. Sometimes what I'll do, I highly recommend you doing this as well, and I meant to do this a little bit earlier, is to offset the pot a little bit to kind of create some level of convection. So it's going to boil over on one side, and it's going to kind of force the hop bag down on the other side. Kind of keeps things flowing. So what's happening in the boil right now with the hops is this process called isomerization, and it's
basically taking the alpha acids from the hops and turning them into iso-alpha acids. Iso-alpha acids. And that's what's happening with these hops right now. It's basically going to add to the bitterness. It's adding a little bit of flavor and aroma as well, but more so the bitterness. So when you add hops at 60 minutes, that's for bitterness. If you want to add hops for aroma and flavor, that will be later on in the boil. So I'll bring that view back. Look here. I got this one. So yeah, so that's what's happening in the boil right now. Is we've got the hops in there. When you're dealing with flavoring and aromatic hops, you're going to be adding those later on in the boil. So for aromatics, you're going to add that near the end of the boil, the last 5 minutes, from 5 minutes to 0 minutes. With flavoring hops, you're going to add that between 20 and 15 minutes, maybe even 10 minutes. And those hops will also add some level of bitterness, but it'll be less so in terms of what we're adding right now. That's more for, that's more for flavoring and flavoring and aromatics. Okay, so, sorry, I'm coming back to what you were saying, Wolf Fairy. So you charge a certain commodity to the store. Candy, baby food, kitchenware, medicines, microphones. Okay, cool. Okay, that's awesome. That's pretty cool that you have that you're in charge of that stuff. I I feel like it would be hard for me to keep track of everything. So good on you for that. Imagine you have systems in place though to kind of keep track of like all that stuff. Yeah. How long have you been doing that, and what got you into that? And do you plan on staying there for a while, or do you plan on taking what you have learned so far and apply it to something else later on? And I'm gonna jump off screen for a second just so I can add some notes. Lactose sugar. So 0 minutes. Hold on. I always add it at the end. I might have needed to add it. Last 15 minutes. Okay, that's what I thought. Alright, cool. And then I need to update my beer real quick. Alpha acid is 5.6. Okay, that makes our beer even more bitter, but 3% more bitter. Not too crazy. One thing to pay attention to with hops is every year hop bitterness or the alpha acids can change. So it's really important to like update the hop information we have. Okay. Nice. Sweet. Right on. That's super cool. Well, good for you. That's amazing. Cheers. That's a really good position to be in too. That's really, really impressive. I can't even imagine like how you keep all of it together. Like in terms of like all the parts and pieces. I imagine there's a lot of moving pieces. So like keeping it all organized in your head's got to be quite the skill. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. So, are you able to also work with some of the? I gotta show you guys this boil. This is a beautiful boil right now. Look at this. This is one healthy boil. Let's see if I can do this. Hold on. I'm gonna bring you down. Elevator view. Sorry, this is very amateur filming. But look at that. That's a beautiful boil. That's the kind of boil you want. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, that's good. You know what? We need people like you because, man, that's impressive. So did you do any, did you go to school for what you're doing right now at King Supers, or is it something that after you got out of school you just kind of picked it up and started doing it on your own kind of thing? Also, I saw we went down to one viewer and then came back up to two. So I don't know if it's you, again, Swine Hunter, coming on in the background, or if it's anybody else, but I just want to make sure that if you're new to this channel, I just want to say hi. Welcome to the Speakeasy Brewer. We're brewing beer today, and you came during the boil. And we are, let me look at the timer. We're pretty close to the end. We're about 43 minutes from the end of the stream. No, 53 minutes, sorry. I can math for sure. But anyways, we're making an Irish coffee ale today. So I'll show you guys some stuff here in a second.
Yeah, good point. Good point. I so when I went into college, I didn't know what I wanted to do. I just did the college thing because everybody was like, "That's what you do. You graduate high school and you go to college." So I was like, "All right." And I sucked at math, and I was like, "What is the easiest degree I can get with the least amount of work and the least amount of math?" And somebody's like, "English degree." So I was like, "All right, sign up for the English degree." Little did I know, there's not a whole lot you can do with it. And so I was kind of panicking near the end of my degree. I thought about going into like advertising or advertising or marketing is kind of what I was looking at. I also thought about going overseas to teach English. Those were the options I had in mind. But obviously, I don't use my degree that much anymore because I love writing, but I haven't written anything in years. So there's that, and now I'm an airline pilot, so I definitely don't use my English degree for that. I could like write while I'm flying or at a hotel or something like that. I don't know, but anyways, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna come back here in a second, so I'm gonna give you all a view of the boil. Wolfberry, if anybody jumps on, I give you charge to say hello to them. Because I'm going to be back, since I don't have Taylor here to like entertain people, and I'm solo, I'm kind of like running into this whole thing of like, if I have to go do something, I can't. Thanks. Hey, you're the best. You're the best. Okay. Yep. Hey, amen to that. Wolfberry, you and I are of the same mindset. Okay, you're in charge for a little bit, Wolfberry. I'll be right back, and thanks for saying hi to people that jump on. You're awesome. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm back. Thanks for taking charge for a little bit. Yeah, you were watching it. Hey, you were partnering with me brewing the beer today, so Speakeasy Apprentice. There we have a beer. Watch it as it rolls and boils with absolute grace and dignity. Listen closely enough, you can hear it whispering, "Please drink me." Wow, that's amazing. Can you hear me? I just realized that I didn't even have this thing plugged in. How much of a dingus can I be? Oh my God! I almost took out everything. I almost broke stuff. Almost broke stuff. Wait, hold on. I broke stuff. Woo, that was close. Can you hear me better now? I don't. You were able to hear me before, obviously. So what? I'm really curious to see. Must have been one of the cameras, but you can hear it. Okay, good. I don't know why. Because it wasn't even plugged into the computer. That's what's so weird. So I don't know what happened there. It's finally getting toasty in here. I forgot that I shortened this thing, and so trying to like. Okay, all right. Well, I had my lapel mic on the whole time, but I didn't even have it connected to anything. It was just sitting there trying to connect to stuff because I don't know. Okay, well now I fixed it. I'm glad it wasn't connected though, because I was like inside wandering around talking about random stuff, and y'all would have been like, "What? What's going on? Who are you talking to? Why are you talking?" Anyways, all I gotta say is I'm going to take a photo of this because I love what you wrote about the beer. You took charge. Speakeasy Apprentice. So appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, me and technology. Oh, yeah. Anyways, yeah. Hey, it didn't sound. I didn't see any typos, so the English major in me didn't see anything. So you're all good. Um, Normally, one thing that I was good at with the English major thing was I did get pretty good at writing, and I was really good at grammar and stuff. And then I got out of college, and I'm like, I don't want to write anymore. I don't want to read anymore. I don't want to do any of that stuff because there's so much writing and so much reading, and I definitely did not feel like I fit in. But now I love reading again, and I have tried my hand at writing a few things every once in a while, um, but it just doesn't turn out as well as I'd like it to. But it's a skill. You just kind of got to work on it. Yeah, so. Oh, habitate. Supposed to be beer, not bear. Hey, well, now I've got it forever on my phone. So I'll probably read it one day and be like, oh yeah, look at that. Wait, it says bear and habitate. I still love it though. I love it. I love it. What? 4-page essays in 45 minutes? That's insane. Like, you just had to come up with some stuff. Like, I feel like every essay I had to write was like, cite your sources, and here's a 10-page paper due on this day. And you're like, what in the Sam hell? And it's like, you read this book, and Yeah. Oh, the sources were the thing that like I hated that. Like having to do the research. I mean, it's good because it taught me lessons in research, so I don't just like believe everything. I guess you could say it kind of helped me figure things out with like brewing because it's like I learned how to research. So it all starts off with questions. What's your question? Well, we got to answer that question. And when you answer that question, you get more questions. And then when you answer those questions, you get more questions. Yeah, I'm 100% with you. Nice. Oh, okay, cool. Was that like English writing then? Or like college writing or college something? I can't remember. Yeah, I did that too. It wasn't that bad. Yeah, I did that. I did that, and I can't remember what it was. I think it was just college writing. It was 101, 102. I got some credit for it while I was in high school. It's pretty sweet. I'm trying to remember if they did make us write a 4-page essay in 45 minutes. That's intense though, because that's 1 page every like 10 minutes. I don't know. I don't know. If I get really excited about something, I can write all day long. Um, I I just recently, since I have a kid on the way, I started writing um, kids books for myself, for my own kid, um, and it's just about like stuff like, oh, what does the dog see out the window? Sees one brown squirrel, two blue birds, three cats, whatever. And so it's like learning things. Super simple. I wrote it in like 10 minutes. So I just got to go back, edit it, and then get some art done for it, and it'll be fun. But I have a story that I've been thinking about in my mind because one of my lifelong dreams, other than becoming a pilot or starting a brewery, one of my lifelong dreams was to, I wanted Tolkien, and I loved Tolkien. I loved Lord of the Rings. Um, One of my like original goals was to write an epic novel that was going to be as good as, if not better than, Lord of the Rings. Um, but I don't know if I want to be better because I really like Tolkien. I really like Lord of the Rings, but I want to be as good as, like, have the story be as good as the Lord of the Rings. So that's kind of like one of my personal dreams and goals at some point in time. But I have this story that started in my head one day. I was actually flying, and I can't remember if it was a smell or something, but oftentimes when I get an idea for a story, it like pops in my head like a video, and I'm watching it. And I watched like all this stuff happen in my head. I was just like watching this whole like history of something that was about to happen, and then a world was created, and then the world was empty and void. Like it was just like an island, and then like I didn't think about it for a while. I kind of wrote it down. I was like, oh, it's kind of a cool idea, kind of a cool little foundation for something that could be. But then, like later on, like certain smells or sounds or things would trigger that like video to play in my head again. But every time that video would pop back in, like I started seeing other things happening. Like I was watching cities get built. Like I remember one time I came and I was like able to like fly over the whole land, and I could see like a city in certain places. Like there's like a seaport, and then there's like a town on the river that joined up with the seaport, but it was like further on in the island, and I was like able to see these things get created. But then like there was nobody there's nothing, and then I had another thing trigger that same sort of thing. And when I went back to this world that I was kind of creating, all of a sudden these cities were, they had more buildings, and they had more infrastructure, and they had people walking around, and I was like, whoa, this is crazy. So I was like walking around seeing all this stuff happen. So I've been writing down these story ideas for a while, and I'm super excited about it. I think it's going to be a good story at some point in time. So I just got to sit down and do it. But it it's kind of a cool thing of how it all happened. But anyways, I don't know. Maybe one day I'll get to use that English degree, right? I'm gonna put my jacket away real fast. And I see somebody just jumped on. Welcome to the Speakeasy Brewer. If you got ads, I'm sorry. I don't know why Twitch turned on ads for me. Turns out they did. So if you sat through all the ads and you made it to the stream, thank you for sitting through the ads. We are enjoying a beer that I brewed a month or so ago, Arrakis Ale. It's very, very pleasant. It's a spice beer with cardamom and cinnamon. The amber ale as a base. So good. But today we are brewing an Irish coffee ale. And if you were here earlier, when I wasn't on screen, Wolf Harry took over for a little bit, and she did a very great job narrating what you were seeing. In fact, it'd be awesome. We should come up with something, because you seem very quick on your feet. You should like, I don't know. You should dub over my streams, and then like narrate certain things, but like shorten it up, you know, because there's a lot of boring points. You could be like, here's a brewer in his natural habitat, brewing a beer, feeding it hops and barley and blah, blah, blah. You seem creative enough to be able to do something like that. It'll be like I'll do a stream where it's all mime, and you show up and you just like type up the narration, or you just like somehow voice over me. I don't know. No worries. It's just an idea. That's all. Yeast. Gross. Yeah. Anyways. So yeah, we're brewing a beer. And if you're new to the channel, just say hi, because I want to be able to at least say hi back. We're nearing the end of the boil, and we're going to be adding a wort chiller as well as lactose sugar, aka milk sugar. And there's a whole point of that. So just think back to when you had an Irish coffee last. It's whiskey, Irish whiskey, Irish cream, and coffee. Mix that all together. Irish coffee, very good. So we're going to end up putting coffee in this. Not today. We're going to put coffee in the coffee beans in the fermenter a couple weeks from now. We're also going to add oak chips with Jameson whiskey in the fermenter as well. And we're going to all add that within the last week of fermentation. And then we're going to bottle it. Should be pretty good. But today it's just boiling it, getting the grains in there and the hops, getting the bitterness. And then we're going to add that lactose sugar. It's going to kind of give it that smooth, creamy mouthfeel. Beer is art. I feel like I say that a lot. Okay, so sorry. I'm missing what you're saying. Wait. Okay, so very good question. I should ask my neighbor, because he drank the beer. And I don't remember him saying that he had any issues. It's a potential. I will say that much, because it is lactose, right? It says lactose sugar, so milk sugar. Lactose is milk. So it's a potential that it could give you, if you're lactose intolerant, it could potentially cause issues. That I don't know. I would have to ask my neighbor and see if it gave him any issues when he drank it. Because the other thing too is we're only using 1 pound of it, and we've got 5 gallons of beer. And so the amount of lactose sugar that would be in the beer, or each bottle of beer, is pretty minimal. It would be a lot less than what you would get if you were to just drink a glass of milk. So it could give you issues if you're lactose intolerant, but I don't know. What do you think? Lactose sugar. Did Miles say anything about his stomach being upset after he tried this?
Yeah.
Did it upset his stomach?
He didn't remember your beer, but in other beers.
Yeah.
With lactose.
Okay. So I guess to answer your So I guess to answer your question, Wolfberry, our neighbor, he's got lactose intolerance, and it sounds like he drank my beer and had no issues. But he's had other beers where they did add a lactose sugar where he did have issues, and it could be the amount that's in there. So if I were to add 2 pounds of lactose sugar, that could probably be more of an issue. So I don't know. Hopefully that answers your question. Okay. Okay, sounds good. Can you do me a favor and close the garage door so he doesn't sneak out? Just close this door and then open that one. He's like, oh my gosh. Okay, just leave that wide open. That way you can come in and out. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you. Okay, cool. All right, so sorry, I talked a lot. I'm gonna check those chats right now. It's not enough to mess with them. Probably depends on the person. Very true. Very true. I also want to try my hand at a gluten-free beer because you can make beer from rice, corn, quinoa, and there's another grain that I can't think of off the top of my head. Spelt? Spelt. That's one. I should try that at some point in time. Okay. And Swine Hunter. Thanks for the welcome, Wolfberry. Yeah, that's true. Hey, no worries, dude. I appreciate you hanging out in the background. You're here in spirit. That's all I know. Swine Hunter just got a new gig in Dallas, so he can't be here in person. I guess hard soda, some hard sodas would, like a cream soda, like a hard cream soda. Yeah, I know, fancy. I know, we should have like some fancy glasses. What I want to do, because I've got a German Pilsner that we brewed for Big Juicy Cat. That's almost done in fermentation. And anyways, I want to get some Pilsner glasses just for that, because some of the beer glasses that you can get, like they have different beer glasses for, like if you were to do a Kolsch versus a blonde versus a British ale versus a Helles or a Dunkel or Oktoberfest beer. They all have a different style of glasses. Hello, little doggy. Here, we've got a special guest. Hey, say hi. This is Hoppy Puppy, aka Coda. Ooh. Good boy. Oh. What are you doing? Sorry, I just realized the dog wants beer. Well, one thing I will say about dogs and beer. Do not let dogs get a hold of hops, because hops are very toxic to dogs. Just a heads up there. I mean, I guess that could make sense. Like, I know like a milkshake stout or milk stout that they use lactose, and you know, sweet beers. Sometimes they use sugar. If it's a sweet beer that's also creamy, that's a high likelihood that it's got lactose. But oftentimes, you could still get that creamy mouthfeel from oats. I think corn also kind of gives it a creamy mouthfeel as well. So I don't know. Beer and Benadryl. Oh my goodness. I don't know if I should ask how you know that. Beer and Benadryl, huh? When I've flown to Europe, I don't fly to Europe with my airline, but like when I fly there for fun, I always get like a couple glasses of wine, and then I take like a melatonin or a something that helps me fall asleep. That way I can at least get some sleep in before we land. No kidding. Wow. How did she get into that? And was that something that happened in Colorado, or was that elsewhere? Hey, Portoroski, welcome to the Speakeasy Brewer. Thank you for saying hi, and thank you for jumping on. Oh, great question. That's actually a really hard question, honestly, because I would say it depends on country also, because I have a favorite place in each country. I really loved Prague. Prague was absolutely beautiful, and it was amazing, and the history was fantastic. Obviously, all of Europe have a ton of history. I loved Prague. Let's see, where else in Rome was also pretty amazing, but it was very touristy. So I felt like Prague was also somewhat touristy, but it didn't feel too touristy in comparison to Rome. But I liked both a lot. Um, so yeah, if in terms of Italy, I'd say probably Rome was one of my favorite cities because I thought it was fun because you could go to all the touristy places, but then you could travel out and explore different places and find some really cool gems where there weren't a lot of tourists, but it was really beautiful. Prague was just, oh gosh, it was so fantastic there. It was really pretty, but again, it was pretty touristy in some places. But if you got off the beaten path, oh, beautiful city. Um, Also, in Germany, I really liked Nuremberg and München and Heidelberg. I think I've spent more time in Germany. Um, I love those cities so much. They're just so beautiful. So um, yeah, thanks again, Portorovsky, for jumping on and saying hi. And I just want to say welcome to the Speakeasy Brewer. Thanks for jumping on. We're making an Irish coffee ale today. So yeah. Anyways, you're awesome. Thanks for jumping on. Um, yeah. If you like beer and you want to see more beer stuff happen, consider following the channel. And then we do have another stream that's very off character for this channel. Normally we just do beer reviews, beer brew day, bottling, everything beer. But one of my friends and followers, he and I have a similar game that we like to play, and we're going to do a charity stream, both of us. So his channel's Rob with 2Bs. So I should do an, I don't know if I could do a quick shout out. Does anybody know how to do shout out? I don't know how to do shout out. But anyways, Rob with 2Bs, he'll be streaming his side, and I'll be streaming my side. And we're going to be doing that. You don't need to donate to the charities that we've got, but if you want to just jump on and join, that'd be cool. Otherwise, I'm going to be brewing again at the end of April, I think, maybe early May, and the next beer we do is going to be an IPA. So I'm going to be doing, there's the IPA and an Mexican lager. I'm going to be doing two iterations of those beers. So you're going to see me do 2 IPAs and 2 Mexican lagers. The reason you're going to see 2 of those is because 1, I want to stream and bring content. And 2, I need to get 2 iterations done because those beers are going to be beers I'm going to be brewing for my friend's wedding. So I got to get it down. So anyways, again, welcome to Speakeasy Brewer. You're awesome. Thanks for jumping on and saying hi. Wolf Fairy, sorry, I got distracted. Okay, so your mom was doing that in Alabama. Okay, she doesn't rescue behavior. Okay, cool, interesting, awesome. Yeah, I was curious. I don't remember ever hearing about pot-bellied pigs in Colorado. So cool. Did you go to school in Colorado, or what took you out to Colorado? Was it the job, or did you say, I'm tired of the swamps and the bayou, I want to go to mountains and fresh air? I'm just curious. And I don't know why, but I'm assuming you're in the Denver area because that's kind of like where a lot of people live in Colorado. Okay, sorry. I'm checking my time frame. You just ended up there? That's cool. Did you just like get a globe and you spun it and you like, where in the world am I going? Colorado, Denver. I'm going there. Sometimes I want to do that, you know. I want to just sit there and let fate decide where I live, and you just boom, as long as it's not in the middle of the ocean, you know, or somewhere that, like, you know, you're in the middle of the Congo or something like that. That'd be pretty bad. Okay, we're almost 40 minutes into the boil, so that means we're about 23 minutes, 22 and a half minutes if I'm to be exact, but 22 and a half minutes before the end of the boil. So pretty soon we're going to add our wort chiller and our lactose sugar. And then once we hit 0 minutes or 0 seconds, 0 minutes, whatever, when we hit the 0 hour, we're going to cool the beer and yeah, and then put it in the fermenter and and then we're done. So I probably will end the stream right around that time because it can be a little bit boring. And I would say if you want to see what that process of cooling looks like, uh, let me know in the chat so I can do that. I'll keep streaming if you want me to, because I don't want to bore you guys. I know like these brew days are really long and there's a lot of like empty space, and I just end up talking. I mean, it should be a podcast at this point with the backdrop of brewing, but I don't know. Okay, so let's see. Still is there? Just ended up here now. Excellent. Sweet. Gosh, yeah. Well, Colorado's beautiful. You know, Colorado's beautiful. I keep thinking about going out in that area, but yeah, it's just really expensive. And it's like, I really love the outdoors, like a lot. So when I'm not brewing beer and not streaming on my days off, I'm like out in the mountains hiking, and gosh, I love the outdoors. And now that it's spring, I have my patio area, which maybe I'll do a beer review on my patio so you can kind of see what it looks like, because it's my sanctuary. Like, I wake up and it takes me like 2 hours to get my day going when I'm at home. Just sit there and drink my coffee and just like listen to the birds. Our neighbor has like a water feature in their backyard, and they have some ducks that always come back every year. They have ducklings, so there's like always ducks back there, and then that trickling brook, and then we've got birds around, and the flowers are all out right now. It is heaven. Okay, sweet, right on. I don't know that area very well. I know there's like Highland Ranch, and there's what is that? Gosh, Rock Springs, and then you get further down. I know points because I fly between Denver and Colorado Springs all the time. Those really short flights that are super fast. I'm trying to think. Anyways, beautiful area, good location. I thought about if I were to move to Colorado, I would love to move to Colorado Springs because I could still drive up to Denver, but then be somewhat closer to the mountains. So, oh, you know what? Porterovsky, I was just thinking, what's your favorite city in Europe? Also, are you from Europe? Maybe you're from Europe, and maybe you're biased and you like the city you live in. So that's a question. And yeah, and then I don't know if Wolferi, if you had a favorite city in Europe. I don't know. But gosh, yeah, I have a bunch of places I do want to come back. So since I'm an airline pilot, I can travel pretty much anywhere. And I thought it would be really fun because I know we got. So I said earlier I was an English major, but I suck at English. But we have some followers. I think 2 followers in Britain. We have one in Denmark, Norway, one in Norway, 3 in Germany. We have 1 in Singapore, and then I think the rest are in the US. I don't know, but it would be fun to do like a Speakeasy Brewer World Tour. Just come and you guys, we meet up, and we meet up at like your favorite place to get a beer, your favorite pub, whatever. And we just sit down and we enjoy a beer. And you just say, hey, this is my favorite beer. We're ordering this, and we're going to do a group taste testing. That's what I would love to do at some point in time. Okay, yeah. Well, you got to do that at some point in time. I'm a little biased when I say this, but Southwest has really cheap flights to South America, or not South America, Central America. So, or if you want to go to like Puerto Rico, that's a good starting point because that's still in American territory, or U.S. territory, I should say. But it's different enough. But we could get down. Belize is beautiful. Where else? Puerto Vallarta is beautiful down in Mexico, or Costa Rica. I love Costa Rica. It's amazing. Yes, I do fly for Southwest, and I promise I won't rub it in, but Southwest does have really cheap flights down south. Just watch the deals because they've got really good deals. If you ever end up flying them, I might be your pilot one of the days. Okay, sorry. I'm going to be distracted for a second because I got to get these things ready. Lactose sugar. Okay. Gonna get my work chiller here in a moment. Heck yeah. You know what? If any of you guys fly Southwest Airlines, there's a high likelihood I could be your pilot because I'm one of the pilots, but yeah, it'd be fun. If you hear, because when I announce myself, sometimes my captains will say it, you know, they'll say, oh, it's up here so-and-so in Austin. If you hear Austin, it's a high likelihood that it might be me. So if you do hear Austin, ask the flight attendants and say, who's the first officer? I heard his name is Austin. Is it Austin Williams? That's me, okay? So Austin Williams, I gave away my secret identity, Austin Williams. But yes, if you are on a Southwest flight and you hear that, that's probably me. Come say hi. Just be like, hey, Speakeasy Brewer. Heck yeah. No, I just should post my schedule and then you guys can jump on the flights that I fly on. And then if you do, I will tell the flight attendants to take real good care of you. Just saying. Because I have that capability. There was one time at one of my the last airline I flew for, which was a regional airline. I had a good friend of mine who happened to be on the flight that I was on. I was flying, and I just told the flight attendants, I'm like, hey, I know that person. If there's an open seat in first class, give them that seat and give them as much as they want in terms of snacks or drinks or whatever. And so that's what we did. And so obviously Southwest doesn't have first class, but we will take good care of you. That's all I got to say about that. Okay, I'm gonna move things over here real quickly. Boopity boppity. Okay, camera 1, camera 2. Here we go. Okay, so we got this beautiful boil. You can see we got our wort chiller in there, and here comes our lactose. All right. Okay, we're just gonna let that dissolve. The lactose sugar was a little chilly, so it kind of cooled the beer down a little bit, but it'll kind of get back to a boil here before too long. The reason we put our wort chiller in right now is because sometimes it's good to add a little bit of copper. Ow! I should have known that. It's good to add a little bit of copper to your beer. Some people add pennies, which I wouldn't do, but some people do. Copper adds a little bit of complexity to your beer. But the reason I'm putting it in at this time is because 15 minutes to the end of the boil, it's kind of sanitizing your wort chiller. So it's keeping the beer nice and safe, especially once we cool it down. Once the beer is cold, then we start running into issues with it being susceptible to wild yeast and wild bacteria, that kind of thing. So we want to make sure everything is clean. So it's sanitizing right now. We're all getting a little bit of copper in it, and then obviously that lactose sugar is dissolving and kind of boiling into, or kind of mixing in with the boil. So that's what's going on here. I'm gonna bring you guys back over here. You get some like feet shots, action shots. If I could dance, I would show you guys my dance moves, but my dance moves are like the most white man dance moves. I'm kind of like a big deal when it comes to like me showing up to like a pub that's got live DJ. I'm like, when I show up, the party shows up. That's kind of thing. Okay. All right. So blah blah blah. You normally only fly when. Okay, Florida. I love Florida. I go to Florida all the time. I was just in Sarasota recently, and I'll be in Tampa next week, I think. I can't remember. If it's not next week, it's the week after. Okay, very good question. They do clean them, not like random pennies. So I don't know if you've done this before, but I remember like in one of my science classes, we took pennies and we cleaned them with salt and vinegar, and you could get the pennies to be like right out of the mint facility. So you could get those, or you could go to a bank where they're like brand new pennies, and then you could just like throw them in. Again, they're getting sanitized, technically speaking, but I mean, I wouldn't go to like a grocery store and be like, "Sweet, I've got 5 pennies." Into the beer it goes. I'm not gonna do that because I don't want like the nasty stuff that comes with all that. Just don't even want to think about it. So, won't do that. Okay. Oh, you used to live in Sarasota? Freaking Sarasota's awesome. I loved it there. Yeah, I went there, and I actually thought about adding to my Twitch story because I mean, I couldn't drink on that day, but I went and got a cigar instead. I don't smoke that often. Like, I probably smoke a cigar maybe once every 6 months, maybe. And that day that I was there last week, it was one of those days where I'm like, today, it's a cigar day. So, anyways. The Comets, is that a city north or southeast? Definitely not west, but probably north, south, or east of Sarasota. Um, yeah, I love it. Last summer, I spent probably like 2 days a week in Tampa, Florida. I spent so much time in Tampa because that's all I was flying to. It was just in and out of Tampa. It was crazy. This was like Florida. Wow. Oh, I know the manatees are amazing there. Oh, I saw a manatee. I think I had it in Miami overnight in November, and it was like 70 degrees out because Miami's awesome. And I was looking out my window, and I saw a manatee just cruise right down the little like canal, and I was like, "What? There's a manatee right there." Our hotel in Tampa is like right along the bay, also, and we have a bunch of like manatees as well as dolphins cruise up, and I guess people feed the dolphins there, so that's why the dolphins come up. So I'm kind of like hoping to see some dolphins at some point in time when I'm there, because that'd be sweet. Yeah, that's awesome. Santa's Enchanted Forest in Florida somewhere. I I I love what you just wrote. Hey, what's up? I don't even know how to pronounce that. What's up? Hey, from Spain? You're the first person from Spain. Hey, welcome to the Speakeasy Brewer. Thanks for jumping on. Um, Man, welcome. It's so great to have you. We are working on an Irish coffee ale. We're brewing beer. Um, a lot of beer requires waiting and for things and stuff and such. But we're near the end of our brew day. Our boil is almost over. We're about 10 minutes. The timer should be going off here. Hey, thanks for the subscribe too. That's awesome. Hey, if you like beer, this is the place to be. And also, since you're new to the channel, dude, thank you so much for the subscribe. That's really, really awesome. We will be doing another stream. So normally I'm focused on beer. I do beer reviews. I brew beer and I bottle beer or keg beer, that kind of thing. So my whole idea is beer, and I try to teach you guys what I'm learning as well. So I want it to be a little bit more just helpful to you guys if you're considering beer. But next week on Saturday, the 20th of April, we will be doing a different sort of stream. One of my followers is a big fan of Civilization 5, the video game, and I'm also a big fan of Civilization 5. And he's had to take a break from from his stream. His channel name is Rob with two B's. And you spell out with, and you spell out two, and then it's just BS, Rob with 2 B's. And he does a baking channel. So he and I are going to be doing streams at the same time. We're going to be dueling each other on Civilization, and those are charity streams. So he's got a local charity that he's raising money for, and I'll have a local charity that I'm raising money for. Feel free to show up. You don't have to donate, but if you do want to donate, you don't have to donate that much unless you really want to. But just show up and say hi. But just so you know, majority of my streams are all beer focused. So please ask questions, join the Discord, ask questions on there. I am trying to get on to stream at least once a week. And also I'm open for feedback and critique. If you think there's something that can improve my stream, please let me know. But you guys let me know. I want to make sure that the stream is something that you feel like you've kind of invested into, whether it's feedback or if you subscribe, all that stuff. But thank you so much for jumping on and saying hey. Oh, no kidding. That's awesome. Well, hey, thank you so much for jumping on. If you have any questions about the brewing process, ask away. If I don't know the answer, I will do some research and find the answer for you. Yeah, and where in Spain are you? Where do you live? Where in Spain are you from? This is awesome. I love this. Madrid. Ah, sweet. That's awesome. So there is I don't remember if it goes through Madrid or ends in Madrid, but there is a hiking, like a pilgrimage that people do. I believe it starts in the south of France, and people backpack. And I want to say it's like 600 miles. And I want to say it's either from wherever the city is in France to either Madrid or Santiago. I can't remember if it goes through Madrid or ends in, I don't remember. But I remember that there's a hike there, and I really want to do it at some point in time because it sounds fantastic. Yeah, that's the one. Have you done it before? I'm curious. And sorry, Wolf Fairy, I'm not trying to get distracted from you. Okay, so Santa's Enchanted Forest is in Miami. Okay, and so your family stays there for 3 months. That's awesome. Yeah, nice to meet you too. Thank you so much for jumping on. Thank you for the subscribe. I really appreciate it. You're awesome. It's so much fun. I love it. I was just saying that at some point in time, I would love to do a Speakeasy Brewer World Tour and come to all y'all, because we have some followers in Britain, Germany, Denmark, Norway, now Spain, and we have some people in Singapore too. And it'd be really fun to like come around and have you guys like take me to your favorite brew pub and have your favorite beer, whatever your favorite beer is. Like, this is my favorite brew pub, and this is the beer I always get. And then we do a live stream together and we taste test the beer. That's my goal. So hey, so awesome to have you here. It's great. Wolf Fairy's awesome too, and we've got Swine Hunter on as well. And man, I just love doing this stream just because you guys are on here. If nobody was on here, and you know, it would be hard for me to want to jump on, but I jump on because of you guys. It's so much fun. I mean, I'd be brewing otherwise, but I'd rather stream my brew day, even though it's boring, because I know I've got you guys to connect with. So, so I don't have beer right now, but cheers. Yeah, thank you so much. You're awesome. Yeah, and also send friends if you think that they would like this channel. Send your friends this way. If you think that they'd like the Civilization tournament, send them that way too. For me, doing this stream it's a lot about the beer. It's more motivation for me to do the beer and learn new processes and stuff. But I also jump on here because it's fun to create new friendships, and yeah, and I'm open to diversifying my channel to connect with you all in different ways. It would actually be fun to do like a digital or virtual like beer tasting, and I'll be like, hey, I'm here in Salt Lake City, Utah, and so is here wherever, what are you drinking today? Oh, I'm drinking this. All right, cool. What does it smell like? What does it taste like? What would you give it as a score? That kind of thing. That's what I like to do virtually. And then maybe one day I'll cruise out and I'll come meet you all in person. So, anyways, awesome. I love it. I love it. So exciting. I just made my day. It's cool. It's just you, Wolfberry, and I'm sorry if I'm not saying it right, but I'm assuming it's Al one L1L. If I'm pronouncing it wrong, I apologize, but yeah, it's so awesome. And Wolfberry, thank you for being on this whole time. Pretty much, it's been fun to just chat with you the whole time. It just makes it super fun. So. And I learned a lot about you too. That's kind of fun. And if I ever see you on one of my flights, please come say hi. Please come say hi. Of course, I'm gonna not look like this. I'm gonna be in like uniform and stuff like that. But I will definitely let you come and you can sit in my seat and you play with the controls and buttons or whatever. It'd be awesome. And then we'll take a photo and we'll put it on the Discord so we could be like, oh, we saw Wolfberry today, or we saw Rob with 2Bs today, or we saw Swine Hunter, we saw it'd be fun. It'd be cool. We'll have to create a collage of all this stuff. And now I got to come to Spain. Before it was just Germany and Singapore and Britain and Denmark and Norway. Now I've got to come to Spain. Okay. So Al1L, if I said that, or is it Alalo? I don't know how to say your name, but oh, that is the end of our boil, y'all. So it's going to be done beeping soon. But Al1L, what is your favorite beer in Spain and why? And Wolfberry, I don't know if I asked you this. I can't remember if you said you don't drink or not. And there's no pressure. If you don't drink, you don't. That's totally fine. What drink do you like and why? Okay. While you guys are answering that question, I'm going to turn this off. And I do have to do a couple things real fast. So just bear with me. Okay. Got to move things around. Sorry, I'm trying to get this stuff out of the way and do multiple things at once. Okay. You want to fly the plane? All right, cool. I'll go sit in the back and take a nap. You like the green apple Moscato Sangria thingy from Olive Garden? Oh, interesting. You know, I recently had it was a liqueur, however you call it. It was called, I don't even remember what it was called or what the brand was, but it was an apple pie shot. It was so good. It was like liquid apple pie, and it was very dangerous. It was so good. I had that in Chicago, of all places. There's a Southwest bar. Okay, so Southwest it's not a bar that Southwest created, but it was a bar that existed, and Southwest people decided to make that the place that they go to. So you show up and you're like, hey, we're Southwest, and then it's like, all right, Southwest is because Southwest, we like to have fun. That's our thing. That's our MO. So yeah, I'll have to, next time I go, I'll find out the name of it and then I'll let you know, because it was one of those drinks that I'm like, man, this could be very dangerous, because you drink it and you can't even taste the alcohol in it. It's just one of those things. Okay. Couple things I need to do. Bear with me, y'all, and I will be right back. I'm going to be doing a couple things. Hello, Boo Boo the dog. What are you doing? Okay. I feel like I should show you guys my backyard at some point in time, but just kind of sad and gloomy today. Yesterday was 78 degrees, and today it's like, 40 degrees and cold and cloudy. Well, Ferry, you know, you're in Colorado. You go from like 80 to 30 and snowing, and then you have thunderstorms and hail and tornadoes, and then it's sunny, and then it goes back to snow. I don't know how you guys do it out there, but it's bananas out there. All right, I gotta move this. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to think about stuff that I need to get done. So move the grains out. I need to get the hose. I need to fill this up with water. This is hot water, so I don't want to. Actually, it's cool now, so it doesn't really matter. Whew. Cold, cold, cold. Oh. Sorry, I'm making a lot of noises and stuff, but so basically all you need to know is that my fridge broke recently inside, and so we had to move everything out into my beer fridge, which looks like this. So I've got my beer fridge back there. Our German Pilsner is fermenting in the bottom, and now we got tons and tons of like stuff in there. It's annoying. Okay. Sorry, I'm doing multiple things at once. So that ice is going to go in there, and we're going to use that to chill the beer. So the beer is obviously hot right now. It's currently 198 degrees Fahrenheit. Celsius-wise, let's see, that's 160 divided by, so it's 80 Celsius, I think is what it's correct. I don't know. I'm just making stuff up. It's pretty hot, so I guess it's 80 Celsius. Anyway, so it's already kind of cooling down on its own, but it's always good to help it out a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go get a hose, and I'm going to fill this with cold tap water, and I've already got some ice in here, and that difference in temperature is actually going to cool the beer down a lot faster. So we're going to cool it down. Once we cool it down to about 70-ish degrees, we're going to try and cool it down to 68 if possible. Once we cool it down to 68 degrees Fahrenheit, we're going to do a couple things, and I'll show you real fast. So the first thing we're going to do is once we cool the beer down, again, I say beer, but it's not beer yet. It will not become beer until it goes through the fermentation process. Right now, it is bittersweet tea, and that's it. Okay, and it's full of sugar. That's why it's sweet. Okay, once we add the yeast, then it'll begin the fermentation process. Once the fermentation process is done, then you have beer. Okay, right now we just have all the ingredients for beer. But I've got this handy dandy tool, which normally I would recommend for anybody who's getting into brewing. Get a hydrometer. Don't do this. I got this because I was like, oh, that'd be so cool because my hydrometer broke. I was like, this would be so awesome. But the downside with this is it's really good for having an accurate reading for your original gravity for your beer. So original gravity, when we're coming up with that, we're basically, the gravity is higher when it has more sugar in it. And that high number will give us a potential alcohol content that we'll have in our beer, okay? And we want to know what the original gravity is, but we also want to know what the finishing gravity is. So the program that I use is called Beersmith 3, and it does all those calculations for me, and it tells me what the finishing gravity should be. Why do you need to know what the gravity is in the first place? Well, one, you want to see what your potential alcohol is and potential sugars are, but you want to see what your finishing gravity is because you do not want to bottle your beer if it's not done fermenting, because when you bottle beer, you always add a little bit of sugar, like corn sugar or something like that. You always add a little bit of sugar to feed the yeast again, and you leave a little bit of airspace in the top of the bottle, and that little bit of airspace fills up with CO2, and then when the pressure is so great that it will eventually like force carbonate the beer in the bottle. Okay, so that's what you're trying to do. But let's just say the beer is not done fermenting and you add extra sugar, then all of a sudden you have like double the sugar that should be in the bottle, and the pressure from the yeast fermenting the beer that's left in the bottle is more than just carbonation. It will explode and you'll create basically a glass bottle bomb. So not fun. So anyways, I got this fancy thing that you don't need. Just get a hydrometer. It's much easier. And basically, I'll take a few drops of beer once it's cooled down to room temperature, and I'll put it on this tab, and I will look through it. And it basically, you'll just look through it. And I don't even know if there's a way for you. Let me see if I can do this. Hold on. We're going to just test something real fast. Can you guys see that? No, you can't. Okay, you see that? A little bit? Kind of, sort of? Okay, anyways, so you can see that little, like a ruler on the inside, okay? And that basically will tell me how much sugar is in the beer. And so this is more used for like wine, but some brewers use it as well. So you look through it, and on one side, we have something called Brix. Brix is like the percentage of sugar. And on the other side is our gravity reading, okay? So that tells us what our gravity reading is. For today, our estimated gravity is 1.075, okay? So they always put 1.0 something, some number. To simplify it, just think of 75, okay? I don't know how high it can go. I think it could go pretty high because you have things like whiskeys that can get pretty high in alcohol content. So I'd imagine it could get up to like 1.1 or something like that. But just think of the number 75. And our finishing gravity is supposed to be 1.010, so just think of it as 10, okay? So there's a difference of 65. So we're gonna start off with 75 gravity, and we need to get it down to 10 gravity before we bottle. If you're kegging it, it's a different thing. You can keg it and let it finish conditioning because you don't add extra sugar to the kegging process. You put it in the keg, and then you add CO2 to it. So if it's not done fermenting, you could just put it to the keg and it'll finish fermenting in the keg, and then you add CO2 afterwards, okay? So that's what we're doing. So we're trying to cool the beer down to room temperature because that's what this is calibrated to. So for my friends in Europe, I believe it's 59, no, not, that's 59 degrees. That's, is it 15 Celsius? So it's not 15 Celsius. It's, we're looking for 68 degrees Fahrenheit, which would be 24, I think, 24 degrees Fahrenheit. Anyways, something like that. No, that's, I don't know, 22, something along that line. And then we're gonna take a glimpse of that. So that's what we're trying to do. The other reason why we're trying to cool it down to room temperature is because the yeast that we're using today is, we don't wanna shock it with too hot of a temperature because that can actually kill the yeast. So we wanna cool it down. And then once the fermentation starts with the yeast that we're using today, we want to make sure that the temperature during fermentation stays between 60 and 72 degrees Fahrenheit. If you get too hot, you start running into potential issues with having off flavors like burnt Band-Aid or like caramel, like banana or like cough syrup, that kind of thing. Those are the flavors you're going to get if you get it too hot. And if it's too cold, the yeast could go dormant, and then the fermentation process just won't happen at all. So you want to make sure that when you ferment your beer, you ferment it right in that temperature. And it's incredibly important. Like next to sanitation and water, fermentation temperature control is by far like one of the most important things in the beer brewing process. Like you can wing a lot of things in brewing, but sanitation you can't wing, and fermentation temperature you can't wing, because if you do, you're going to run into issues. And you saw today, I mean, this stream's been 3 hours and 41 minutes. Okay, it's a long freaking time. And I mean, I still have to clean and do all this stuff, but you spend so much time making this beer that why would you want to wing it when you could potentially ruin the beer? And if you ruin the beer, then you just wasted half a day, you know? So anyways, that's why it's so important. Okay, I'm going to go to the chat real fast. Gotta get stuff and things for this. I love it. Yeah, that's the proper phraseology for things and stuff and such and stuff. Okay, I try to use ice every single time, even in the summertime, because ice cools the water down to like 30 degrees. So the greater the temperature difference between the beer or wort, I should say, and the water, the greater the temperature difference, the faster the beer will cool off. So right now, I'm not too worried about cooling it off fast because it's already cooled off, like it's almost cooled off 22 degrees by itself, just by, you know, the steam. It's cold day today. So I'm gonna get a hose and I'm going to fill this with tap water, and the ice is gonna cool it down. So we're gonna get from like about 190 degrees to about 100 degrees the first time around. Second time around, we should be able to get it down to about 70 to 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Once we do that, we're going to transfer it to the fermenter, and then we're going to add the yeast. So I did a yeast starter too. So let me show you the fermenter real fast. So today we're using this bucket. It's a fermentation bucket. It's clean. It smells like my last beer that I brewed in it, or fermented in it. But we're going to put the beer in here. But before we put the beer in, we're going to sanitize it with sanitizing fluid, which we use Star San and water. Star San's very good. So we're going to stick that in here and make sure it touches every surface on the inside. And then we're going to put an airlock in this hole. And then we're going to put the yeast in. So sanitize, add the beer once it's room temperature. And then we're going to add our yeast, and then we're going to stick it somewhere where I can keep it between 60 and 72 degrees Fahrenheit, and it'll stay here for about 3 weeks. It'll be done fermenting probably in about like 7 to 10 days. But the reason I let it sit for about 3 weeks is because giving it that little bit of extra time, we call it diacetyl rest, and that once the yeast is done fermenting the potential sugars, it kind of goes through and cleans up the beer afterwards. So any off flavors or any extra sugar or anything like that, it just kind of cleans things up. So it kind of makes it a nice, just a nice clean beer. And I love clean beer, and you should too if you haven't had a clean beer. Most of the beers that are out there are clean. So that's what I do. So anyways, so there's that. Trying to think of some other stuff to say. So anyways, so yes, okay, there's a scale. Yep. Okay, so sanitize that. I guess before I kind of bring things to an end, I've got 2 questions for you. 1, do you have any questions? And 2, I was planning on ending the stream and just chilling the beer because it's kind of boring. It's just running water through and me stirring it. I can show you guys that whole process if you want to stay around, because then I'll show you what it looks like to put the yeast in the beer, or the yeast in the chilled wort. But if you think that's boring, I'll just stop it here, and if you have any questions, I'll just answer. So right now is a good question and answer time. So if you have any questions about the process, or anything, I don't care what it is, now's a good time to ask questions. And then and also if you want to see the whole rest of the process, I will run the process, but forgive me if I don't talk much because I won't know what to talk about. So do you ever make hard sodas? Okay, so good question. I have not made hard sodas before. I thought about making a hard root beer, but I haven't done any research into what that looks like. And I've made hard cider. So that's as much as I've done. In terms of other sodas, there are a handful of people there's actually YouTube channels where they make hard stuff. Like somebody made like a hard Mountain Dew. They basically fermented Mountain Dew. They just poured yeast in the Mountain Dew and let it ferment. So there's things like that that already exist. Yeah, it was wild. I kind of wanted to try it, but I also don't like Mountain Dew. Um, so, but you know, it'd be interesting to try it. So at some point in time, like I do want to do a root beer and a ginger beer. So that would probably be like a hard soda that I would do. And I have another idea, but I don't want to say it out loud because I feel like it's a good idea and I might trademark it before I actually share it with you all because I might do something with it later. Not that I don't trust you guys, but it's a good idea. So, and I need to run around and test it a little bit before I broadcast it and all that stuff. Ooh, I have never had Henry's hard orange soda. So, yeah, I'd be interested in trying that. Yeah, interesting. Okay, real fast, I am going to do two things real quick. So if you have any more questions or you want me to continue the stream during the cooling down part, let me know. I need a bathroom break and I need to get the hose set up, and I'll do that real fast. So questions in the chat. If you're new to the channel, consider following, subscribing, and join our Discord, because if you have other questions throughout the week, or you want to talk about beer in general and just say, hey, I really love this beer. Have you guys ever had this or whatever? Like, join the Discord. That's where we talk about that stuff. So I'm going to be back in 5 minutes or less. So questions here. And also, if you want me to stream the whole chilling process, I'll do it. And then I'll show you the chilling process and the pitching of the yeast into the fermenter. I'll do all of that for y'all. But for those of you who are new, thank you for jumping on today. But please, I'm all about the feedback. I want to hear what you guys want to see. So I'm going to be back. And when I get back, I'll answer questions. And I also want to see if you guys want me to continue. Okay? Oh, no worries. Hey, go show your fellow friends some support for sure. That's totally cool. Well, Fairy, thank you so much for jumping on and being involved. It was great connecting with you today. It was fun having you on in the background, so that was super cool. Go show some love to your other streamer friend, and I'll see you on Saturday, hopefully. And then for those of you who guys are still on, again, I'll be back in like 5 minutes. So if you don't stay on, just say so long, farewell. Auf Wiedersehen, good night. Just say bye. And then otherwise, questions in the chat, I'll answer them. And then if you want to see the rest of the stream, I just want to know if you guys want to, because I'm planning on turning it off soon. So you guys run the show, okay? I'll be back in 5 minutes. things out. Okay. Also hang out. Okay. Hey, I know I'm probably late, but Al1L1LL, thanks for jumping on. Thanks for the subscribe and the follow. You're awesome. Hope to see you again on the 20th. Hey, and thank you. You're awesome. I really appreciate it. Cheers, and I don't know how to say bye in Spanish, but thanks for jumping on. You're great. We'll see you all. Okay, and I see there's still 3 people here. So, what do you guys want? I've got the hose and everything all hooked up. Do you want to see the cooling process and the pitching of the yeast to kind of see what the finishing looks like? Because I don't think I ever really have done that on my stream. It's not the most exciting thing ever, but if you want to see it, I will do it for you guys. So you tell me. Yeah? Okay. And then if you have any questions, now's a good time to ask. Yeah. So there's that. Okay. I'm going to start filling this container up with water. And yeah, I'm going to just wait around for I'm going to give you all 5 minutes to tell me that you want me to continue streaming. If I don't hear anything or don't see anything in the chat, I'm just going to turn it off and wish you all well. Otherwise, if you have any questions, I'll answer those right now as well too. Okay, I'll be right back. Hey, go in the backyard. Vasa? Yeah. Also, don't laugh if you are staying on because I do have a really ghetto setup cooling water drifting. I'm just putting the water down a spout for now. T-minus 3 minutes, y'all. T-minus 3 minutes. If you want me to keep streaming, you have 3 minutes to speak, or I'm gonna just turn it off. But I really appreciate y'all who are maybe sitting in the background or having me play in the background. I love it. You guys are awesome. I feel like it could almost be like a DJ if I didn't have to worry about copyright situations. I could just sit here and be like, now playing Spice Girls. Now playing blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'll entertain you guys for a few minutes until we get the final say. Al 10 1L 1L is gone. Wolf Harry's gone. Swine Hunter, you're still on, I'm sure, but I'm in the background. What are you doing, buddy? Okay. Well, I will take the silence as an answer. You guys have been absolutely awesome I really appreciate you joining me today. I've been bummed to not have Taylor, but the fact that Wolf Fairy and Al um, and all y'all sitting in the background or having me play in the background, I just, hey, thank you so much for the support. Thank you for the subscribes. Thank you for just joining me and being a part of this stream. It's been a ton of fun and a blast. You guys are amazing. So, reminder, we're going to be streaming again on the 20th of April. It's going to be an unusual stream for us at the Speakeasy Brewer, but it's still going to be really good. We're going to be streaming a competition between me and Rob with 2Bs. We're going to be playing Civilization 5 one-on-one, no bots, just us. We'll have some city states, I believe, but one other last thing to say about that is it's also going to be a charity stream. So please come and jump on my stream and then go show some love to Rob as well. And if you want to donate, we'd love that. If you don't want to donate, that's totally fine. There's no pressure to donate. It's just an option for people to do. We just want to make impact in the world that we live in because it's worth it. Anyways, with all that being said, you guys are awesome. I really appreciate you. Always fun to have y'all on here. With that being said, y'all, be adventurous, stay thirsty, and speak easy. We will see you on Saturday. Wish me luck. Hopefully I don't get my butt kicked by Rob. Okay, bye.